Pleasant good morning to the Honorable John Brisenia, Prime Minister of Belize, his ministers and ministers of state, to the Honorable Tracy Panton, Leader of the Opposition, and members on her side of this House, and to you, Madam Speaker. Honorable members, now let us pray. Almighty and eternal God, who through Jesus Christ has revealed your glory to all nations, please protect and preserve Belize, our beloved country. God of might, wisdom and justice, please assist our Belizean government and people with your Holy Spirit of counsel and fortitude. Let the light of your divine wisdom direct their plans and endeavors, so that with your help, we may attain our just objectives. With your guidance, may all our endeavors tend to peace, social justice, liberty, national happiness, the increase of industry, sobriety, and useful knowledge. We pray, O God of mercy, for all of us, that we may be blessed in the knowledge and sanctified in the observance of your most holy law, that we may be preserved in union and in that peace which the world itself cannot give. And after enjoying the blessings of this life, please admit us, dear Lord, to that eternal reward that you have prepared for those who love you. Amen.
Announcement by the Speaker.
Good morning, members. The notices of absences received for today's meetings are the following. Members for Pickstock, Toledo East, Orange Walk South, Orange Walk North, Corozal Southwest, and Corozal North. Members, when this parliamentary session was inaugurated in May of this year, you may recall I announced one of the objectives we hope to accomplish is the establishment of a parliamentary calendar that is both practical and that can be applied. With that said, it is a work in progress. The Parliament should proceed on its Christmas recess from December 17, 2025 to January 27, 2026. Starting off in 2026, Friday, January 30th, should be the joint sitting on the occasion of opening the newly renovated National Assembly, and the first regular business sitting of the House is scheduled for Friday, February the 6th, 2026. The aim, and that's the key operative word here, the aim is that House meetings at minimum will be the first Friday of each month, save and except for the annual recess periods or public and bank holidays, where adjustments would need to be made accordingly and in advance. The hope, members, is that this should assist the executive branch to plan for the legislative agenda per year, and it should assist the upper house, the Senate, in its legislative planning and processes that follow from House meetings. And of course, the staff and Parliament overall would be better guided. Members, a parliamentary calendar should allow for members, committees, and staff to plan their work, scheduling, provide for better legislative quality, accountability, and oversight through the committee system, and improved public engagement. It should also provide for improved work-life balance for all members and staff, more efficient use of time, the finances, for the various parliamentary meetings, operations, and procedures. Provide for reduction in scheduling conflicts and a promotion of consistency, professionalism, and stability in this institution's procedures. In short, a parliamentary calendar is not just a timetable. It is a governance tool that strengthens efficiency, accountability, transparency, and public confidence in our Parliament. Therefore, members, on this occasion and in this month of wishes and gifts, we look forward to your support to achieve this as we in 2026 attempt to establish and comply with a parliamentary calendar. I thank you.
Papers.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I must commend you in trying to put some kind of structure in the work of the National Assembly and also the Senate. And I know we had a long meeting discussing this so that as we have been a more active government in trying to make sure that we can come to Parliament on a regular basis. So it's important for then everybody can be able to put some kind of planning. And I just want to make a point, Madam Speaker. I'm sure you're wondering why all of us are in orange. Well, we'll have the Honorable Member of the Minister for Human Development that will give a statement. But I want to make a big difference between the opposition and our side. The opposition come with T-shirts defending a criminal, defending a predator, a child predator, wanting by Interpol.
Madam Chair.
And here we are. I would not give a point of order, Madam Speaker.
I need to know the point of order.
Yes.
But I need you to have a seat, Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker.
What's the point of order?
The point of order is that he is attributing some kind of, what's the term?
There's no point of order.
A motive. No point. Some clandestine motive of the opposition, Madam Speaker, when he well knows that is not the intention. The intention of the...
Madam Speaker, that's not a point of order, Madam Speaker.
The intention
She's trying to give an explanation, Madam Speaker.
The intention of the opposition, Madam Speaker, is to ensure that all Belizeans...
I hear the point of order regarding that was not the reason why, I believe on a previous meeting, opposition wore some shirts. That point of order has been noted, Prime Minister. While the specific point of order wasn't cited, I gather it's the insinuation of improper motives.
I am not insinuating anything. I'm just stating a fact. Here we come standing up for gender-based violence for the 60 days of activism.
Madam Speaker,
and you could see a big difference. I'm not making any insinuations. So that said, Madam Speaker, I think I've made the point.
I can't have two members standing on their feet. We know this.
Yeah.
No, you have to state your point of order.
Well, would you allow me?
But you need to state what section.
Would you allow me?
What is the section?
What would you allow me? Are you the Speaker of the House, Prime Minister? When did you become judge, jury, and executioner?
No, member for Albert.
When did you
member
become
for
judge, jury,
Albert?
and
Simply state the point of order.
Again, Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister insists on suggesting that we were here in whatever we chose to wear as a matter of improper motive, and that is not acceptable, Madam Speaker.
I have just noted for the record, I had noted earlier stated to the Prime Minister what the point of order was, and that the motive insinuating was not what the Prime Minister, to clarify that that was not the insinuation, and the Prime Minister promptly stood up and stated that was not the insinuation, and then moved to state why your side of the House is in your shirts. Can we now move on? Thank you.
It's a Creole saying, Madam Speaker, do so not like do so. That's the problem. But that said, Madam Speaker, I rise to present and lay on the table sessional paper HR 43A114, the Customs and Excise Duties Amendment of Schedule 1, Order 2025.
Honorable members, that paper is ordered to lie on the table. I recognize the Honorable Minister of Agriculture, Food Security, and New Growth Industries.
Madam Speaker, I rise to present and lay on the table sessional paper number HR 54/1/14, Supplies Control Price Amendment number 34, Regulations 2025, HR 55/1/14, Supplies Control Price Amendment number 35, Regulations 2025, and HR 46/1/14, Supplies Control Price Amendment number 36, Regulations 2025.
Honorable members, those papers are ordered to lie on the table.
Presentation of reports from select committees.
I recognize the Honorable Chairperson of the Finance and Economic Development Committee.
Morning, Madam Speaker. I rise to present and lay on the table sessional papers number HR 46A/1/14, report from the Finance and Economic Development Committee on the Sugar Industry and Cogeneration Project Amendment Bill 2025, and paper number HR 46B/1/14, report from the Finance and Economic Development Committee on the Financial Services Commission Amendment Bill 2025.
Honorable members, those reports are ordered to lie on the table. I recognize the Honorable Chairperson of the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. I rise to present and lay on the table sessional papers number HR 47/1/14, report from the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee on the Justice of the Peace Amendment Bill 2025. Number HR 48/1/14, report from the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee on the Domestic Violence Amendment Bill 2025. And number HR 48A/1/14, report from the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee on the Judges' Salaries and Pensions Bills 2025. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, those reports are ordered to lie on the table. I recognize the Honorable Chairperson of the Joint Public Accounts Committee.
Madam Speaker, good morning all. I rise to present and lay on the table sessional papers number HR 49/1/14, reports from the Public Joint Account Committee on the report of the Auditor General for the year April 2015 to March 2016.
Honorable members, that report is ordered to lie on the table. I recognize the Honorable Minister of Human Development, Family Support, and Gender Affairs.
Madam Speaker, I rise to lay on the table sessional paper number HR 50/1/14, the report from the Women's Parliamentary Caucus Standing Committee for the period July 2025 to December 2025.
Honorable members, that report is ordered to lie on the table.
Statement by ministers.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Human Development, Family Support, and Gender Affairs.
Madam Speaker, your permission to refer to my notes. Madam Speaker, honorable members of this House, today we join the international community in recognizing the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence observed annually from November 25th to December 10th. These 16 days serve as a global call to action, reminding nations and leaders everywhere that gender-based violence is not only a crime, but a fundamental violation of human rights that demand urgent, coordinated response. The color orange, which we proudly wear today, symbolizes hope for a brighter future free from violence, discrimination, and fear. It is also a commitment from each of us that we strongly condemn all forms of gender-based violence and will not remain silent. Madam Speaker, all members on this side of the chambers today are wearing orange as a unified expression of solidarity with survivors and as a public reaffirmation of the government of Belize's zero-tolerance stance towards gender-based violence. And while today is symbolic, the issue before us is real and it is urgent. The latest national data show that in 2023, police recorded 1,250 domestic violence cases, and in 2024, 1,277 cases. 9 out of 10 complainants are women, most between the ages of 18 and 45 years old. And in cases of sexual violence, 99% of victims in 2023 were female, with half of those being girls aged 10 to 19. Femicide remains an emerging threat, with 1 in 10 murdered females in 2023 believed to have been killed due to gender-related motives. These numbers represent real people, women, girls, families, and communities affected by violence. They highlight why the government's leadership and response must remain firm, coordinated, and unwavering. Under the leadership of the Ministry of Human Development and in partnership with Home Affairs, Health, the Judiciary, the National Women's Commission, and the Office of the Special Envoy, the government continues to strengthen gender-based violence response. This includes improved legislation, stronger enforcement mechanisms, expanded survivor services, the essential services package, and community-level engagement to shift harmful norms. Madam Speaker, allow me to highlight several major initiatives the government of Belize has advanced to address gender-based violence, strengthen prevention, and improve survivor protection and support. The first is the National Policy Framework and the adoption of the revised National Gender Policy 2024-2030, including a dedicated National Gender-Based Violence Action Plan, which guides prevention, protection, prosecution, and survivor support efforts. Strengthening legislation, work is underway to strengthen the Domestic Violence Act, including improved enforcement mechanisms and provisions to address cyber harassment, digital stalking, and financial control. Legislative reviews include exploring the clearer classification of femicide, ensuring more accurate data, stronger penalties, and better prosecution pathways. The expansion of government-led case management, including counseling, psychosocial support, legal assistance, and emergency safety support for victims. Support to safe houses through training, educational materials, equipment, and dignity kits, and plans to expand access to professional counselors with permanent establishment positions proposed. Madam Speaker, there is also implementation of the Essential Services Package, which sets national standards for police, human development officers, health professionals, and the judiciary in responding to gender-based violence, and the continuous training of police officers, DVU personnel, and emergency responders, including NEMO and CEMO, to ensure proper and trauma-informed treatment of survivors. Madam Speaker, there are also efforts to strengthen protection order mechanisms, especially in rural communities, and work is underway to ensure senior justices of the peace can issue emergency protection orders when magistrates are unavailable. Madam Speaker, national social and behavior change campaigns to target harmful norms and stereotypes that fuel gender-based violence are also underway, as well as countrywide training and outreach, including the Men and Boys Program, Roundtable for Young Women, community sensitization sessions, and anti-sexual harassment training for institutions and businesses. The Gender-Based Violence Referral Pathway Guide, ensuring that the public knows where they can seek help. Madam Speaker, there are also government-wide gender mainstreaming efforts with gender focal points embedded in each ministry to ensure that all policies and programs integrate gender perspectives and promote gender equality. All these efforts demonstrate this government's commitment not only to respond to violence, but also to prevent it by addressing root causes, strengthening systems, and ensuring survivors receive the services they need and deserve. In closing, Madam Speaker, gender-based violence is not a woman's issue. It is a national issue. It affects our families, our communities, our workforce, and our stability as a nation. The 16 days of activism is more than a symbolic observance. It is a call to leadership, to accountability, and to action. The wearing of orange today by all members on this side of the chambers serves as a public demonstration of unity and of commitment. But our actions, our policies, our reforms, and our collective will must continue throughout the year. So let us stand together not only during 16 days, but every day to build a Belize where everyone can live in dignity, where everyone can live in safety and in peace. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Introduction of bills.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, this is the Customs and Excise Duties Amendment Bill 2025. I rise to introduce a bill for an act to amend the Customs and Excise Duty Act, Chapter 48 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to vary the rate of duty on soups and broth in solid or powder form, including ramen noodles and other related items in the customs tariff and trades classification, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental to. Madam Speaker, this is the recommendation of the Cabinet. Just very quickly, Madam Speaker, the investors of this company, we're not producing ramen in Belize, and as it is right now, they're already selling it cheaper than what was being sold. And they made an appeal to the Ministry of Investment, saying that they believe that they should be offered some sort of protection to be able to afford them to be able to continue to develop that product and other products. From what I've been told, that this product that they're producing, the ramen or the local noodles, has gotten great acceptance by the public. It's been selling very well, but also you have also these products also being imported not only from China but even from CARICOM. In discussions with the Ministry of Foreign Trade, and in consultations with CARICOM, since we are part of the CARICOM, the single market agreement. Is that the one, Foreign Minister? The single market agreement. We have to get approval from CARICOM to be able to impose any new tariffs. So what we have done, we're imposing just 20% tariff on importation of noodles, so that then we can give our local producers a better opportunity to be able to continue to expand their products and to continue to invest and make a better product. So basically, it's very, very straightforward. And again, as I said, Madam Speaker, this bill has the recommendation of the Cabinet.
Honourable members, that bill is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to amend the Customs and Excise Duties Act, Chapter 48 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020.
I recognize the Honourable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Investment and Economic Transformation.
Madam Speaker, this being a straightforward, non-controversial paper, wanting to assist in accordance with Standing Order number 49-1, I move that the bill be taken through all its stages forthwith.
Honourable members, the question is that the next stages of the bill be taken forthwith. All those in favour kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honourable Prime Minister.
Again, Madam Speaker, this is the Money Laundering and Terrorism Prevention Amendment Bill 2025. I rise to introduce a bill for an act to amend the Money Laundering and Terrorism Prevention Act, Chapter 104 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, to satisfy the requirements of the Financial Action Task Force recommendation with respect to digital assets and digital asset service providers, and for matter connected with and incidental thereto. Madam Speaker, to give explanation as to what we're doing, the clock is ticking on us, and so as I think I mentioned in the last introduction of the previous bill that goes along with this, under the Act, the prevention of any kind of digital assets in Belize, such as bitcoins and etc., it comes to an end on December 31st. And for us to be in compliance, we have to ensure that we can pass the legislation to be able to legalize it, but at the same time for the Financial Services Commission to be able to set up the regulations, and also for the FIU, Financial Intelligence Unit, then to be able to do its monitoring. So, Madam Speaker, coming to my notes, this is coming at a very important point in our financial services sector. So as Belize prepares for the responsible introduction of digital assets activities, these amendments ensure that our primary AML, CFT, and CPF legislation fully captures digital asset service providers and aligns with international standards, particularly with those of the Financial Action Task Force, FATF. Madam Speaker, the global landscape for digital assets is changing rapidly, and I know many of us watch American television, and whilst the United States was one of the countries that was almost fully against these kinds of activities and transactions, now President Trump has been, I guess pun intended, trumping these new assets, and I'm told even his family has been investing large sums of money in this. So it is something that will take place, and we believe we have to be prepared. Therefore, the Financial Action Task Force has updated its standards, including the recommendation requiring jurisdictions to adopt risk-based measures to regulate new technologies and digital asset services. This is what is known as Recommendation 15. These standards emphasize proper customer due diligence, secure record keeping, monitoring of transactions, and the capacity for regulatory authorities to share information internationally. Belize must therefore ensure that the Financial Services Commission and other competent authorities possess the statutory powers necessary to supervise this emerging class of activity effectively. Colleagues will recall that in 2022, Belize undertook a national risk assessment which identified the need for a phased and carefully supervised approach to digital assets activities. At that time, a temporary restriction on such activities was introduced under Section 81 of the Financial Services Commission Act as a safeguard during our CFATF mutual evaluation. This prohibition expires on 31st December 2025, and without legislative action, Belize would face a regulatory gap and heightened vulnerability. In anticipation of this, the Financial Services Commission has already advanced amendments to Section 81 of the FSC Act to establish a special license regime, which we introduced at the last host meeting, a controlled, risk-based framework for the supervision of digital assets activities. However, robust licensing without corresponding AML, CFT, and CPF obligations would leave the framework incomplete. These MLTPA amendments, therefore, ensure that digital asset service providers are formally integrated as reporting entities and are subject to due diligence, record keeping, and monitoring obligations consistent with FATF requirements. Most important, these amendments are not merely supportive of the special license regime under the FSC Act. They form a critical foundation for the comprehensive digital assets legislative framework that the government will bring to the House in 2026. Together, these measures established a modern, coherent, and internationally aligned regime that positions Belize as a responsible and forward-looking jurisdiction for digital innovation. Key provisions of the bill extend due diligence requirements of digital assets service providers and mandate the maintenance of originator and beneficiary information for transactions, enhancing transparency and reducing the risk of misuse by illicit actors. Providers offering correspondent-style services will be held to standards similar to those applied to banking institutions. Madam Speaker, Belize's excellent performance in its fourth-round mutual evaluation, deemed compliant or largely compliant in 38 of 40 recommendations, is an achievement few countries have matched. As we prepare for the Caribbean Financial Action Task Force fifth round, we must continue to update our legislative framework to reflect the evolving Financial Action Task Force methodology. These amendments are therefore essential to maintaining our strong compliance standing and safeguarding Belize's financial markets. Supporting these amendments ensures that the Commission and our financial regulations possess the tools necessary to supervise digital assets activities effectively, upholding Belize's AML, CFT, CPF framework, and protect our jurisdiction from emerging risk. It also signals that Belize is embracing innovation responsibly, balancing opportunity with the highest standards of integrity and oversight. Madam Speaker, this is a straightforward and something that we do not need to argue over. Therefore, I urge all members of this Honorable House to endorse these amendments, which enforce Belize's commitment to modern regulation, strengthen international confidence in our financial sector, and support the orderly introduction of both the special license regime and the broader digital assets framework that will be presented in the coming year. I thank you.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to amend the Money Laundering and Terrorism Prevention Act, Chapter 104 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, to satisfy the requirements of the Financial Action Task Force recommendation with respect to digital assets and digital asset service providers, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, simply because it is very time sensitive that the prevention of these assets come to an end at the end of this year, the December 31st. In accordance with Standing Order number 49-1, I move that the bill be taken through all its stages forthwith.
Honorable members, the question is that the next stages of the bill be taken forthwith. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Minister of Rural Transformation, Community Development, and Local Government.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is the Trade Licensing Amendment number 3, Bill 2025. I rise to introduce a bill for an act to amend the Trade Licensing Act number 19 of 2024 to provide for the determination of annual license fees for trades in towns and villages, to make transitional provisions respecting existing trades and for matters connected with and incidental thereto. Madam Speaker, this bill has a recommendation of Cabinet. Madam Speaker, if you kindly allow me to just share some notes on this proposed amendment. Madam Speaker, the purpose of the bill is twofold. One, to amend the Trade License Act number 19 of 2024 to allow for greater clarity for the determination of fees for rural trade licensing versus urban trade licensing. B, greater clarity in the transitional arrangements from the previous regime. C, amendment of Schedule 1 to properly alignment of the administrative arrangement for Blackman and Unitedville villages. The Act in its current form did not sufficiently distinguish how the respective boards were to determine and declare the fee structure for rural and urban trade licensing. That is now separated and sufficiently clarified with the amendment to Section 19 and the addition of Sections 19.1 and 19.2. For avoidance of doubt and to mitigate any potential challenges or misinterpretation, the Ministry believed it would be best to make the clarifications through the amendment of Section 19 and thus repealing Section 51. The transition from the old regime to this new one, specifically for trade licensing in towns and cities, now clearly defines the period of transition to 3 years. Who this applies to, that is existing and new applicants, and for the ceiling and flooring of the 10% on for all fees that are being determined using Section 19C and 19.5. Just some background context, Madam Speaker. As the Minister with responsibility for trade licensing, I am sufficiently pleased to announce that this new Act is ready for full rollout and implementation. The Ministry of Rural Transformation, through the Department of Local Government, and with the support of the Attorney General's Ministry, the town and city councils, the village councils, and the many other stakeholders, the Investment Policy and Compliance Unit, the Business and Companies Registry, Beltrade, the Economic Development Council, the Chamber of Commerce, the Realtors Association, civil society representatives, the Justice of the Peace Association, has committed long hours of diligence to support the effective and inclusive development, advancement, and now implementation of the much improved Trade Licensing Act. Some key principles to this Act, as a way of, a reminder, Madam Speaker, it provides for greater transparency. Business applicants can use the various provisions to calculate their own trade licensing fee. All details are publicly available. Predictability. Fees for 1 year under the new regime is fixed annually for a 3-year period. No requirement for annual assessments, notwithstanding the potential changes in the business's productive space. The ease of administration. The administration of trade licensing will be done via an established digital platform referred to as Tralma, which is in its final stages of development and ready for deployment. During the government's tax amnesty program this year, many businesses that have been operating informally took advantage of the opportunity to have applied for their trade licensing. This high level of compliance now will strongly support the regulating of trade in both the rural and urban sectors, bringing greater opportunities for economic advancement, job creation, and the enhancement in municipal and rural service delivery by local authorities. For context, Madam Speaker, over the last 2 months, over 1,200 businesses in the rural sector have applied for their trade license in anticipation of the rollout of the new regime. It is in this regard that I propose that this House approve the amendment of the Act in anticipation of the smooth transition from the old regime to the new one, effective for trade licensing year 2026. Again, these amendments have the endorsement of Cabinet. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Public Service, Labor, Industry and Trade Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to amend the Trade Licensing Act, Act number 19 of 2024, to provide for the determination of annual license fees for trades in towns and villages, to make transitional provisions respecting existing trades and for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Minister of Rural Transformation, Community Development and Local.
Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order number 49-1, I move that the bill be taken through all stages forthwith.
Honorable members, the question is that the next stages of the bill be taken forthwith. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Motions relating to the business or sittings of the House.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Investment and Economic Transformation.
Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 49-1, I move that the bill be taken, Madam Speaker, I move that at its rising today, the House adjourn to a date to be fixed by the Speaker.
Honorable members, the question is that the House that is rising today adjourn to a date to be fixed by the Speaker. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Public business, government business motions.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, this is the resolution to adopt the parliamentary logo for the National Assembly of Belize, Motion 2025. I move whereas the National Assembly of Belize is the cornerstone of the nation's democratic system and the embodiment of the people's will, and as the legislative branch of the government of Belize, it is to be respected with the highest levels of dignity, authority, and respect. And whereas a new parliamentary logo has been created for the National Assembly of Belize to reflect the authority and identity of the country's legislative body, and whereas brand manual guides have been developed to establish a clear and consistent framework for the use of the National Assembly logo, typeface, colors, and brand identity across all communications, ensuring integrity, professionalism, credibility, and national representation. And whereas the Cabinet Secretary, His Excellency Stuart Leslie, has advised the Speaker of the House of Representatives and the Chair of the National Assembly Staff Committee, Honorable Valerie Woods, of the Honorable Prime Minister's and Cabinet's approval of the new logo and their support for its formal adoption. Now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House adopts the logo annexed to this motion to be designated as the official parliamentary logo of the National Assembly of Belize. And be it therefore resolved that the Clerk of the National Assembly shall be responsible for the management, safeguarding, and authorized use of this parliamentary logo. Now, Madam Speaker, just to add, I just wanted to to quickly add, Madam Speaker, that this has been gone through extensive consultations, and I must commend you and the Madam President of the Senate who have taken the initiative along with your staff, and that that we've come to this as something as there's a lot of consultations with everybody involved, both the House of Representatives and the Senate, and with both sides of the aisle. So this is a bipartisan outreach that was done by your office. And I really can't think of no reason for me to be able to have to defend this motion. It's something that's good, something that has come to. I like it's very classy what you all have worked with. And I must commend you all to come with something that's classy, is dignified, and I think it stands for what the National Assembly is all about. So with that said, Madam Speaker, I am very proud to be associated with this motion. Thank you.
I recognize the Leader of Opposition, Member for Albert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to place on public record the appreciation of the members of the opposition for the work, your work, Madam Speaker, and the work of the President of the Senate, and also all members of the National Assembly Staff Committee who have been actively engaged in this process. Indeed, I think the branding or rebranding of the National Assembly is an important initiative. I hope that the rebranding will also signal that the National Assembly becomes more accessible to the public as we try to have greater engagement with our citizenry. So we thank you for your work, Madam Speaker. Again, this work of the committee and all those who have been involved with this process. Thank you.
Honorable members, that motion is referred to the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee for examination, consideration, and report. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order number 49-1, I move that the motion be taken through all its stages forthwith.
Honorable members, the question is that this motion be taken through all its stages this day. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Chairperson of the Joint Public Accounts Committee.
Madam Speaker, this is the adoption of the report from the Public Joint Account Committee on the report of the Auditor General for the year April 2015 to March 2016. Madam Speaker, I move be it resolved that this Honorable House adopt the report from the Public Joint Account Committee on the report of the Auditor General for the year April 2015 to March 2016.
Just a minute. I recognize the member for Cayo South.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. I'm glad this didn't end up being a contentious debate, and it's not. I'm just rising to give my respect to the chairman of the Public Accounts Committee and the other member of the opposition, the member from Queen's-Care, the Honorable Godwin Hela. And I'd like to give a little bit of history, Madam Speaker, a little bit on the Public Accounts Committee. As we are aware on this report, a report was also presented of the minority report. And that minority report was done on an analysis that the previous PAC had made from the 2012-2013 public accounts analysis, and it never came to light. And the chairman at the time did not approve it, did not see it fit. We were in opposition at the time. I humbly requested that the chairman and the member from the opposition analyze it this session. They agreed, and it was done parallel to the report that's being presented now for the 215-216. Why am I bringing this up, Madam Speaker? Because the report that was done way back then is extremely similar to the report that is being presented now for the 215-216, because the issues are still the same. And it is a pleasure for me on this side to be able to work along with the gentlemen from the other side. I believe this committee's function is extremely important for transparency, for accountability, for good governance. Both sides use it to their advantage when they're in opposition. I have used it, and I see them using it at times. But it's not to be used for anybody's advantage except for the advantage of the Belizean people. Transparency is not something that we should play around with. Accountability is extremely important. But one of the most important is the umbrella, which is oversight. Every government, every institution, even the opposition, needs oversight. We are human beings at the end of the day, and all human beings make mistakes. And if we are mature enough to be able to listen to advice when one is making a mistake, to be able to better it, and if it is beneficial for the people of Belize, I believe we are on the right track. What was the achievement that we are experiencing now, and some of the younger members that have not been here before, especially the members that are sitting on PAC now from the social partners that sit in the Senate? And they played an important role also in the presentation of this report. And this one is I am biased. We fought for years in this House of Representatives for the PAC to be able to expand its participation, to have the social partners present. And it was this government, Madam Speaker, under the leadership of John Briceño, that passed legislation that now the PAC is a joint public accounts committee that includes the social partners. That is something that is fundamental. Secondly, Madam Speaker, if you have noticed, and I know you have noticed, if the people of Belize have noticed that when PAC meetings or PAC hearings, not meetings, but PAC hearings are held, it is now available online. It is done live. That is a second thing that was proposed at that time. And it was legislated, and that is the basis of transparency. We need to, and I would hopefully advise the Prime Minister and lobby that it is not only put on social media, but that it is televised, because it is important that these hearings are televised. What was another proposal that was made back then, and we are still making it now? Madam Speaker, the Public Accounts Committee needs, they need help, they need resources. Why is it that we need resources? None of the members present and none of the members past are experts in how to handle the oversight mechanisms, and therefore, from time to time, the PAC will need to access professionals that can come in to work along with us to be able to better the way that we run our government. I'll give you an example, Madam Speaker, and with your permission, Chairman. there is an issue that we are trying to put forward right now in the Public Accounts Committee. We complain about how the system is being run, but the truth is that we still have laws that are archaic. We have the FARA, which is what government uses to establish how is it that we run, how we run government legally and accountable. But the FARA comes in conflict with financial orders and store orders. Why? The financial orders and store orders that the ministries are presently using is dating back to, if I'm not mistaken, the early 60s. I think the minister is aware of this. We have discussed this in cabinet. The ministry is trying to find a way to update the financial and store orders so that they come to modern times. For example, I'll give you a clear example. In the Ministry of Infrastructure Development, we have some financial orders or store orders that tell us that we have to be logging things in books about 11 by 17, and they have to be covered with a certain type of thick covering, and it makes it impossible in this age to be able to function. And so if somebody is doing an auditing or if somebody is doing an analysis and they go in and they get very picky, they can go to a store order and say, no, Sonning, but you're not complying because you're not using this ledger that was available. In fact, you can't even buy the ledger right now that Angelos Presley found. I'm just using this as a specific example that we have laws on our books that are archaic. We are now in the modern times where even AI will be farther ahead than we are used to. And we have to be able to have our system work. And for our system to work, we need to modernize it. Just like what you have done, Madam Speaker, with the new building that the Belizean people will see in January, you're modernizing Parliament. Well, the PAC, along with the ministry, we want to modernize the way our accounting system works, and it will take some time, it will take some investment. One of the proposals that we are making is for the Ministry of Finance to seek and provide necessary financing for the PAC to work properly. So I'm just giving this summary, Madam Speaker, but it's done in good faith. I think the Public Accounts Committee, I've been a part of it for quite a long time. I see the importance that it is to government. I am experiencing it from the government side, which is a little bit more difficult than when you are in the opposing side. But one thing I would like to say here, both sides of the house, we come to debates and we get a little bit feisty, which is fine. But I must say that the relationship that we have presently in the Joint Public Accounts Committee, when working along with our brethren over there from government, and when working along with the senators that are present in the Public Accounts Committee, it is a pleasure to be a part of the committee. The working relationship is a positive one. Thank you very much.
I recognize the Leader of Opposition, Member for Albert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I also want to thank the member for Cayo South for his intervention on this particular report. Madam Speaker, I also served on the Joint Public Accounts Committee and had an opportunity to chair the committee at a time when we were able to include members of the Senate, or social partners in particular. And while the expanded involvement is a critical component in terms of transparency and accountability, I think what is more important is that we are able to get timely audited financial reports from the entities that are responsible to provide these reports. We're now in a 10-year deficit. There has been not a single financial statement or audited financial statement of the present administration, Madam Speaker. And I will tell you, and my colleagues on the government side can also share, that we went through an intensive analysis and assessment of where we were in terms of our financial system that is severely broken. Where we have the Accountant General and the Auditor General, even though they have laws to comply with, simply don't comply because the information that they are receiving from the various ministries and departments are grossly inadequate. There's this saying, garbage in, garbage out, and it is important. I certainly, during my time as the chair of the Joint Public Accounts Committee, had the opportunity to have an extensive conversation with the Prime Minister and the Ministry of Finance, with the Financial Secretary, with the Auditor General, with the Accountant General, about where we saw the glaring gaps in our financial system. And we had made the Prime Minister had given his undertaking at the time that we would meet with the technical committees, the AOs and the FOs within the various ministries to see how we can have a resolution so that record keeping, for example, is grossly inadequate and continues to be that way. And so, Madam Speaker, while I pray and hope in earnest that we are able to get more timely reports, more accurate reports, that we can get the kind of expertise that the member for Cayo South underlined, that we can look at the kind of comprehensive legislative review that is required, particularly looking at the independence of the Auditor General's office, that these things are critical in terms of providing the kind of monitoring and oversight that is required for both administrations. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Caribbean Shores.
Good morning, Madam Speaker, and good morning, colleagues. Madam Speaker, I rise to make my contribution to this report of the Auditor General that has been placed on the table for the year April 2015 to March 2016. But before I make my contribution, Madam Speaker, I just want to take this opportunity to extend my condolences to the families of Reynard Garbott and I believe the other gentleman, I don't recall his name, Crawford, who lost their lives so callously last night on the Hummingbird Highway. I can't imagine what the families of those two gentlemen are going through. I know that today we are wearing orange in support of gender-based violence, and we fully support that in the loudest form and loudest way. But our young men continue to lose their lives. And in this instance, it's two hardworking young men. And so, and in one instance, Reynard Garbott, I believe his mom is Miss Coleman, that's her youngest child. And I can't imagine the pain that she's experiencing right now and the pain that those families will have to endure over this Christmas season. So I just wanted to pay my respects and offer my condolences to the families. Madam Speaker, like I said, I just want to make my contribution in relation to this report. Like the Minister for Cayo South, we on this side of the House are extremely appreciative of the concerted bipartisan effort that has been made in relation to this report. It's not often we get to this stage where you see a Public Accounts Committee or a joint Public Accounts Committee come forward to table the Auditor General's report. And so I want to congratulate the chair on his efficiency in convening meetings, because we did have a deadline to meet. And so I acknowledge your efforts, Chair, and the members on that side of the House, and also the member for Kaya South. I need to give that man his flowers, Madam Speaker, because he's been doing this since 2015. And we all know what we've been through in those years, the first 5 years, 2015 to 2020, and how difficult it felt like at times we were being dentists trying to pull teeth. And to see whenever we would have interview sessions, one office pointing fingers to the next office, blaming the other for the lack of transparency and poor accountability. And like the Honorable Member for Kaya South mentioned, we see a lot of the same issues from 2012 and 2013 here again in 2015 to 16. And if I may say, Madam Speaker, in my opinion, of all the House committees, this JPAC is by far the most important committee when it comes to transparency and accountability of the spending of the people's money. And that is why I am so very thankful to see that the minority report, which myself and the Honorable Member for Kaya South had prepared in 2012 and 2013, was able to see the light of day here today. And thanks again to the chair and other members of that side for seeing the importance for the public to see that we have these similar issues facing us year after year that needs to be remedied. And I want to again, Madam Speaker, point out that it is only through the efforts of our former chair, the Honorable Julius Espat, that now Public Accounts Committee meetings are held in the public so that it is now broadcasted. And it's not just to name and shame anybody, but rather it's to show the public, because it is their money that is being spent by all ministries. It is for us to be truly accountable to them at the end of the day. And that is a huge, huge, huge accomplishment that cannot be understated. In addition to the fact, as Honorable Julius had mentioned, that we now have our social partners sitting on this committee. So it's not just the government, it's not just the opposition having a second eye in that room, but it's now our social partners that play a very critical role in this oversight body. And so, Madam Speaker, today, in my opinion, is a very historic day that we have this report coming forward. There are recommendations, critical pieces of information in this report, recommendations and action points that I believe our administration will now have to address moving forward in getting the necessary resources to the appropriate authorities to ensure that we continue along this excellent path that we have started of transparency and accountability. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You move the question.
I'm sorry?
You move the motion.
No, I'm just want to make a presentation. Can I? No?
No, that you should have done that when you started. I will.
Oh, that's okay. That's great.
Yeah.
Everybody said good things about the committee anyway.
So I was asking
Thank
if
you.
you were just standing to move. Okay. If I was asking if you wanted to move it, Honorable. No, if you, I'm asking if you'd like to move the motion, so it, and then you can do what you'd like to make those comments. You can do that there, and then I will put the question. Yeah, so I'm giving you that opportunity to do that.
Yes, Madam Speaker. Yeah, oh, nothing bad, my ballet. Everything good. Everything is positive today. You said we're ready for Christmas already, right? So it's going to be hopefully it could be a fast days. Fast meeting. Madam Speaker,
May-
may I refer to my notes, please?
Due to the time, I'm being reminded, let's dispense with Standing Order 12, and then I don't have to interrupt.
Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 12.8, I move that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour though opposed.
Honourable members, the question is that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour though opposed. All those in favour kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. We're back on track. Member for Mesopotamia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask for permission to refer to my notes, please. The Joint Public Accounts Committee, JPAC, plays a critical role in ensuring fiscal responsibility, maintaining public trust, and strengthening democratic governance. This committee's function is to not question or criticize policies of the administration. Our role is to help ensure that public funds are spent efficiently, transparently, in the best interest of the Belizean people, to strengthen financial accountability, and to foster public trust in the management of our resources. By highlighting the weaknesses in financial controls, shining a spotlight on irregularities and mismanagement, and supporting standards and best practices in the administration of public funds, the JPAC is a powerful instrument for the exposure of waste, inefficiency, and all forms of maladministration. The JPAC must be a testament to bipartisan commitment to financial scrutiny towards creating a culture of integrity and establishing zero tolerance for corruption. And when the committee speaks with one voice across political lines, our recommendations carry more weight and result in actions. By tracking responses and implementation, the JPAC turns the recommendations into real administrative changes. As a linchpin of oversight and accountability, the JPAC is armed with necessary power to scrutinize all bodies which monitors the use of public funds. This is essential for ensuring accountability in a modern delivery of public service. At this meeting and the public hearing, the committee can summon those people who are able to provide context, share related information, and explain inefficiencies, financial irregularities, and poor performances. By leveraging this transparent process, we can encourage and incentivize departments and agencies to take corrective actions. By ensuring transparency and addressing mismanagement, the JPAC bolsters public confidence in democratic institutions and combat corruption. The committee will work constructively, asking the necessary questions, listening carefully, and providing recommendations that make our system stronger and more transparent. We recommend and encourage the public's engagement with JPAC. The public's interest in the work of the JPAC is a powerful reminder that accountability in public finances is a shared national responsibility. The members of JPAC formally thank the Office of the Clerk and the staff of the National Assembly for their continued support as the committee secretaries, and also the entire committee, because we work so good together, so thank you guys. We acknowledge the incorporation of the Ministry of Finance and the offices of the Auditor General and Accountant General, respectively. This report provides recommendations for the consideration of the National Assembly of Belize in response to the Auditor General's Report 2015-2016 presented to the Prime Minister John Briceño on 31st July 2025 and tabled in Parliament on the 12th September 2025. The JPAC receives, reviewed, and adopted a minority report on the 2012-2013 Auditor General Report, which was submitted to the JPAC in 2018 with 6 recommendations. The JPAC have agreed to have a copy of the report annexed to the present report to highlight similarities between both reports. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the motion.
It does take a bit to get used to acts between bills and motions, but the practice of the Parliament and the procedure is for motions, we do the debate immediately, and therefore any commentary, as would be done with a bill, you do it before the debate. No worries at all. Honorable members, the question is, be it resolved that this Honorable House adopts the report from the Joint Public Accounts Committee on the report of the Auditor General for the year April 2015 to March 2016. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Announcement by the Speaker.
Honorable members, it has been agreed that the following bills and motion pass this day. Customs and Excise Duties Amendment Number 2, Bill 2025, Money Laundering and Terrorism Prevention Amendment Bill 2025, Trade Licensing Amendment Number 3, Bill 2025, and the resolution to adopt the parliamentary logo for the National Assembly of Belize Motion 2025. As you are well aware, under Standing Order Number 74, all proposed legislation, messages, petitions, motions, and other matters relating to the subject mentioned under the title of each standing committee shall be referred by the House to such committee for examination, consideration, and report to the House. The way for this to be done, other than by suspension of standing orders, is for me to suspend the sitting to enable the Finance and Economic Development Committee, the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee, and the Public Service, Labor, Industry, and Trade Committee to examine, consider, and report to the House on the 3 bills and 1 motion. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. The sitting is therefore suspended until the Finance and Economic Development Committee, the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee, and the Public Service, Labor, Industry, and Trade Committees have concluded their business. Thank you.
Presentation of reports from select committees.
I recognize the Honorable Chairperson of the Finance and Economic Development Committee.
Madam Speaker, I rise to present and lay on the table sessional papers HR 51/1/14, report from the Finance and Economic Development Committee on the Customs and Excise Duties Amendment Number 2 Bill 2025, and HR 52/1/14, report from the Finance and Economic Development Committee on the Money Laundering and Terrorism Prevention Amendment Bill 2025.
Honorable members, those reports are ordered to lie on the table. I recognize the Honorable Chairperson of the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. I rise to present and lay on the table sessional paper number HR 53/1/14, report from the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee on the resolution to adopt the parliamentary logo for the National Assembly of Belize Motion 2025.
Honorable members, that report is ordered to lie on the table. I recognize the Honorable Chairperson of the Public Service, Labor, Industry and Trade Committee.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. I rise to present and lay on the table sessional paper number HR 54/1/14, report from the Public Service, Labor, Industry and Trade Committee on the Trade Licensing Amendment Number 3 Bill 2025.
Honorable members, that report is ordered to lie on the table.
Public business, government business motions.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, with your permission not to repeat the recitals, I move now, therefore be it resolved, that this Honorable House adopts the logo annexed to this motion to be designated as the official parliamentary logo of the National Assembly of Belize, and to be further resolved that the Clerk of the National Assembly shall be responsible for the management, safeguarding, and authorized use of the parliamentary logo.
Honorable members, the question is now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House adopts the logo annexed to this motion to be designated as the official parliamentary logo of the National Assembly of Belize. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. Honorable members, the question is and be it further resolved that the Clerk of the National Assembly shall be responsible for the management, safeguarding and authorized use of the parliamentary logo. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bills for second reading.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, this is the Sugar Industry and Cogeneration Amendment Bill 2025. I move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Sugar Industry and Cogeneration Project Act, Chapter 5901 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to extend exemptions from taxes and duties for the continued development of the cogeneration energy project, and to provide for matters connected herewith or incidental to. Madam Speaker, I really hope we don't make this political. Basically, what to do in the very same act that the previous administration passed, the ministry, the owners of BSI met with us and even addressed cabinet to express the deep challenges that we're meeting as an industry, both the cane farmers and BSI. In this instance, they have been making substantial investments in their factory, but they've been having so many challenges, such as from not getting the right amount of cane that is needed, and to the rising cost of operations and so forth, and the continued need for more and more investments to be able to modernize both the sugar mill and the cogeneration plant. I think they made a compelling argument that they needed for the act that they had before for it to be extended. And so pretty much that's what we're doing. But it's also important to point out that we're working not only with BSI ASR, but we're also working with the farmers. Under former Minister of Agriculture, Abelardo Abimai, they came up with a commission of inquiry, which was done through my office. Based on the report from the commission of inquiry, in probably around February of this year, I had a meeting along with Dr. Avila with members of all 4 associations, the Belize, BSI, ASR, and also the officials from the Ministry of Agriculture. And my aim was for them to be able to take a look at the recommendations from the Commission of Inquiry and to be able to come up with a plan, a workable plan to be able to modernize the industry and to, in effect, ensure that our farmers and BSI, in effect, the entire industry could remain viable and profitable. And so based on my instructions to them, and after several months of discussions among themselves, we presented a cabinet a paper to cabinet, and basically they were proposing a total of about $122,600,000 worth of assistance, or that the government needs to be made available to the industry. On the issue of quality service provisions for farmers, this to be able to improve productivity and efficiency, reduce costs, enhance profit, and improve resilience of cane farmers. And the proposed actions, you have field operations, local mobile services, data analytics, incentives, modalities, PPPs, and networking, change management. There's a proposed budget of $3,800,000 for the germplasm evaluation and seed production, soil and water management. Again, this to increase yields, again, because of the challenge we are having right now with the fusarium fungus that has been decimating industries, not only in Belize. Well, in Belize, we managed to act quickly. Mexico, Brazil, all these countries, they have been devastated by this fungus. We need to find varieties that are a bit more resistant to that. So we want to increase yields, again, quality and income of farmers, with primary focus on family net income per ton of cane, in effect, to increase the amount of cane per acre. And we're looking at infrastructure development, creating of activation of varieties of different seeds. We're looking at seed production for some 5,000 acres on farm testing sites, new plant fields, and then 50% net family income increase by farmers with a timely production for at least another 20,000 acres of cane from insect and pest invaders. Here we're proposing to invest $12 million. Looking at the efficient harvest and delivery system, that is one of the most expensive part of the cane industry, that the harvesting and the delivery, the cost has gone up considerably. Again, we're looking at investing for about 100 working groups or harvesting groups. We're looking to invest, the proposed budget is $2,400,000. Road infrastructure and improvement, one of the biggest problems is with the road system, because almost all of it is not paved. So the plan is for long term to be able to invest $80 million in paving most of these streets, roads. What we have done is they're looking at the most important arteries that the farmers use, for instance, from Progreso to San Esteban, then to Orange Rock Town, or the roundabout on to the mill. We're looking at San Carlos to San Felipe, because from there it's already paved. Looking at the road that connects the old Libertad sugar mill that comes from Libertad onto Buena Vista. Those are some of the most important road networks that if we could pave it, then it would make it easier for them to be able to take out not only for sugar cane, but even for people in agriculture and tourism. So the proposed budget is $80 million. Extension and training, having workshops, demos, capacity building, preparation of good practices, briefs, and so forth. We're looking at $4,400,000. Financing and financial services for farmers. Now, this is a big challenge for our farmers. Our farmers are pretty much, I'm just giving out short-term loans, one-year loans. And the interest is excessive at about 12%. So basically, farmers, they live to pay the bank every year. And that has been going on forever. We are coming up with a plan how we can break that cycle and looking at raising $20 million and place it at the DFC so that the farmers that are serious about the sugar industry and that they want to be there for the long term, they will be able to go to DFC, present a plan so that they could pay off the bank and then could get extra money to replant or to plant more fields so that they could increase production. And the idea is then to be able to reduce the interest rate, so maybe around 6 or 7%, and then giving them maybe as much as 5 years to be able to pay back this loan. That is some of the steps that we want to take to go towards sustainability. A lot of this money is not necessarily just for the taxpayers that we're giving them monies. For instance, when you put the road network, it is going to be used by everybody. The $20 million, we're looking at loans. And one of the things that we have done through the CRESAP project, we have already secured $4 million to strengthen CIRDI. We have, and this is something that has not been said enough, Madam Speaker, we, through the 5 Cs, we have secured $25 million in grant funding that will be able to help to support building a resilient sugar industry. Looking at, under the Commission of Inquiry, one of the things we're looking at that the Sugar Act is antiquated. So based on the recommendations, what we're looking, instead of trying to come up with something totally new, to be able to quickly get this done, we're looking at the Act and trying to repeal and replace certain areas of the Act so that then we can modernize the Act to have a thriving sugar industry. So, Madam Speaker, basically what we're doing again, working, as I've always said, it's a tripartite relationship, the industry. You have the government, you have the manufacturers, and then you have, which are the millers, and then you have the farmers. And so from our end, one leg of this tripartite relationship, we are working with both the farmers and with the factory to be able to ensure that both can keep up with the modernization and to make sure that we can have not only a sustainable but a successful and profitable industry. It would be of no use for us to invest or to help BSI ASR to be able to get these exemptions so that they can get back on their footing. They have been losing millions of dollars over the past years. But it would be of no use if we do that, and then our farmers, because of the challenges that we've been having, especially with climate change, where when you expect rain, it doesn't rain, you plant your cane stocks, expecting rain and it doesn't rain, or when it's supposed to be dry, it's raining when you're doing harvesting. It is be of no use if we can't also help them to get back on their feet. So it's a complete combination of actions that we're taking as a whole. I could assure you, Madam Speaker and colleagues, that since we've been taking, this ministry has been on the mic here, that we've been working with all the associations, and we've been working along also with BSI, ESR to ensure that then we can have an industry that's worth keeping, worth preserving. I just, about 2 weeks ago, I was in a meeting with all of the stakeholders. We done for pretty much the entire day to show the commitment to them from our government that we want to work with the farmers and we want to work with BSI, ESR. That said, Madam Speaker, I really hope and pray that we can get support from both sides, both sides of the aisle. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Leader of Opposition, Member for Albert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I ask for permission to refer to my notes. I remember a time, Madam Speaker, when the government was the opposition, when they used to have a hissy fit in this National Assembly whenever legislation requested incentives or benefits to be provided retroactively. It was the Honorable Prime Minister who used to lead the charge when Belcogen got its first incentive approved by the then Barrow administration, Madam Speaker. It is also, Madam Speaker, the word on the street that the reasons the member from Corozal Southwest and the member from Orange Walk North are not in this house today, it is because they're registering their protests on this Belcogen bill. Perhaps Corozal North. Perhaps you may be right, member for Caribbean Shores. But Madam Speaker, I rise to contribute to the debate on the bill that seeks to extend sweeping tax holidays and duty exemptions to BSI and Belcogen for another 2 years. What is ironic, Madam Speaker, is that even with these incentives and tax breaks, there is a proposal before the PUC as we speak for an increase in energy costs to the consumer of almost 14%. I want to be clear. The sugar industry is vital to Belize. It is vital to Belize's economy. It is vital to our farmers, to our families, and to providing much needed jobs, particularly in the north. But let us examine what this bill represents. And if it asks ourselves if it represents a balanced policy, sound fiscal management, and equitable treatment for all stakeholders, especially, Madam Speaker, the cane farmers who remain the most vulnerable link in the chain. For the listening public, it is important that they understand that the bill, what the bill represents. No business taxes on BSI and Belcogen. No withholding tax on interest, dividends, and payments for technical services. No customs and excise duties. no stamp duties, and retroactive application from the 1st of October 2025. Madam Speaker, where is the corresponding benefits for the farmers? Promises, promises, empty promises, Madam Speaker, is what the farmers continue to receive. We just heard the Prime Minister offer a number of initiatives that this administration is working on, but not delivering on for the farmers. If the government is giving a decade-long tax holiday to large private entities, where is the matching relief, Madam Speaker, for the cane farmers who are struggling, as the Prime Minister knows very well, with the cost of production, with low prices, Madam Speaker, and unpredictable climate conditions? Are we creating a system where the industry giants enjoys guaranteed fiscal protection while the farmers who feed that industry continue to remain exposed? The bill, Madam Speaker, provides no fiscal note, no cost analysis, no indication of how much revenue Belize will forego annually for the next 10 years. Madam Speaker, we cannot continue to legislate multi-million-dollar tax giveaways without disclosing the national impact, especially at a time where there is reduced social spending, where there is rising public debt, and where there are austerity measures for ordinary Belizeans. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister spoke about the partnership between GOB, the millers, and the farmers. But let us not forget the fourth leg in that, in that configuration, Madam Speaker, and that is the people. There has been clear indication, Madam Speaker, that the cost of sugar will go up, just like the cost of electricity, Madam Speaker. The act, as is presented, is deemed to have come into force on the 1st of October 2025. Why come to the House now? Don't we have monthly meetings of this National Assembly? What benefits have already been applied, Madam Speaker? What imports, what payments or transactions have already been processed under this backdated provision? And yet, Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister comes to this House and talk about transparency and accountability, when that certainly is not what is being provided for. Madam Speaker, investment incentives must be strategic and not automatic giveaways. What conditions have been attached to these exemptions? Will there be any more local jobs? Will there be any mandatory investment? Will there be price stability for farmers? How about the social contributions to cane communities? None of these, Madam Speaker, appear in the bill. Exemptions should be tied to outputs, employment, renewable energy targets, or community benefits. Instead, the bill provides unconditional relief, no reporting obligations, no monitoring, no performance targets. Madam Speaker, this part is a worrying pattern of the current administration, enacting bills and concessions without disclosure, entering agreements without public scrutiny, and offering tax holidays with no measurable commitments from beneficiaries. That, Madam Speaker, is simply not good governance. That, Madam Speaker, is not fiscal responsibility. And this is certainly not the transparency, the gold standard that was promised by this administration that the Belizean people were promised. Government must table the revenue impact of these exemptions. Madam Speaker, I remember when I served as Minister of State in the Ministry of Economic Development, investment proposals, incentives proposals came before a committee, and there was a clear cost-benefit analysis provided by the technocrats for us to consider before exemptions were provided. It was not a blank check, as we see being proposed here. If major corporations receive tax holidays, cane farmers must receive production support, price stabilization, and technological investments. Not a promise, Madam Speaker. Not an empty promise that these things are coming somewhere down the road. And Belizeans, the consuming public, who bear the burden of these incentives, must see reduced costs for electricity in their homes. It seems to me that that should be the primary consideration. Madam Speaker, the opposition, need I be misquoted, as the Prime Minister has a habit to do, supports sustainable development in the sugar industry and the advancement of renewable energy. But we cannot support legislation, Madam Speaker, that totally disregards a key player in this supply chain, Madam Speaker. Belize deserves fairness, transparency, and balanced growth, not lopsided concessions, Madam Speaker, that leave farmers behind and continue to burden the public purse. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member, Corzal.
Madam Speaker, I've listened to the leader of the opposition, and quite frankly, I don't know if the leader of the opposition remember her time in government, or the 13 years of the UDP government. Oh my God, I don't forget it at all. It was the UDP government, Madam Speaker, and as I remember that within the first year of the UDP government, they faced a protest by the farmers that sadly We up north lost a colleague. We, the farmers from up north, lost a colleague in that, Mr. Anastasio Gutierrez, may he rest in peace. And I clearly remember the action of the then government. And all the UDPs at that time was like, well, so be it, that occurred. No support for the family. The farmers were in protest within the first year of the UDP government. They asked to meet with the then Prime Minister, the Barrow government. I don't think up until his last day they got to meet with him and at least discuss the issues with him. Madam Speaker, so I know they understand where she's... No, when it comes to that PM, we're not done yet. No, we're not finished yet. Thank you, right? You know, I mean, as the way I just heard the word, right? And I know, I hope I'm not being unparliamentarian, but I overheard the word just now, hypocrisy, and in a way maybe that has a relation in here to what I just heard from across the aisle, Madam Speaker. But I mean, we're talking about a balanced approach to the sugar industry. Madam Speaker, what do you mean that there's no balanced approach? This plan, firstly, this plan that the Prime Minister is extending was created by you guys. So I don't know how you all are not supporting it. All right, the part with the support for BSI, because under the UDP time, there was no support for the farmers. And I never heard any UDP voice standing up for the farmers. At least they did not. When the factory was up for sale, the farmers, I mean, we've passed that stage, but just to show you the record of the government, the farmers put up a plan, and they had asked for only 1 week extension to be able to put a plan to purchase the BSI factory at the time. Were they listened to? No. Were they allowed to put the plan on the table? No. The Prime Minister went ahead unilaterally and moved on to just have the industry sold to BSI ESR. Well, that's a done deal by now. We're not arguing that. But the farmers spoke and they had interest in it, and they were not allowed to put a plan on the table. So I don't know where you're talking about worrying about the farmers. With all due respect, Leader of the Opposition, I live up there. I am a farmer. I was educated by cane farming. All right, please, not going to pretend that you know best for us up north. All right, we defend it. We defend it, we stand by it, and I stand by this particular plan because, for example, first action UDP government brought in when the first action UDP government did when they came in, canceled the Progreso San Esteban Road. They canceled it. Money was already there. They never had to find the money. It was already there, and they admitted it because I asked a question of the minister, and he had to accept it in this house. The money is there to fix that road. To fix that road. Who that may benefit? The cane farmers. That road was made for the cane farmers. No, this Prime Minister has promised to build it, starting to build it, and I know we will complete it before the term of this government is finished. So please don't come and tell me. Please don't come and tell me about no support for the farmers. That the farmers will be using that road. I also hear about, you know, not supporting the farmer, but again, you remember, I don't know if anybody remember the issue with the frog hoppers. Again, the farmers had asked for $1 million for support for frog hoppers. Did they get it? No. Owner never give it to them. This Prime Minister is meeting with the farmers currently and is offering some support, at least for the current crisis that in a way I think, I'm not the technical guy like the Minister of Agriculture, but I think it is more serious now with this Fusarum because it's actually affecting the production significantly by 30% if I'm not mistaken. I'm just watching the numbers right now, at least from January to October of 2025. The exports of sugar fell by 20 million. Why? Because of this particular fungus disease. Not by a government action or by poor farming, but by just nature. Some fungus is in the area affecting everyone right now. This Prime Minister has offered assistance how much assistance we got when the FRACAPA was there. We got zero support. Make it talk about Sugar Roads, because I'm not just the paving of the Progresso San Esteban, make it talk about Sugar Roads. I mean, we got, at least I could tell you for Southeast, we got zero support for Sugar Roads. Right now, the North gets a support for the Sugar Roads. Corozal North, Corozal Southwest, Southeast, North, everywhere gets a share, and a bigger share than you all had a portion in the previous government. Exactly, Prime Minister. All right, so everybody, everyone is getting some support for the Sugar Road. And let's say we have perhaps the greatest, well, it's now the Ministry of Infrastructure and Development, not Ministry of Works anymore, the greatest Ministry of Works, forgive me, Minister, all right, that there is constant year-round support for our rural roads. So, all right, it is not just, I mean, there's the use of the rural roads, there are the sugar roads as well that go straight into the farm, all right. That's why right now in the North, we have rains right now because I have some roads to fix that I had to delay right now. But I mean, this is the best time we are getting support for our sugar roads and for our rural roads, leader of the opposition. So please don't come and tell me about no support for the farmers. All right, please don't tell me anything about the support for the farmers. All right. I also want to talk about, you said the price of sugar. Price of sugar. I'm making my presentation. I never interrupt you, man. Work with me. All right. The price of sugar. Who would that benefit if the price increase? They're not the farmers. I may think that they may get the benefit. I may think that the same farmers you're advocating for, the same ones where they say, no, they get no support. More money in their pocket. More money to prepare their fields. Madam Speaker, the leader of the opposition, please do not come and talk about no support for the farmers. Again, I also talk about, you also mentioned, in fact, no, the then Prime Minister couldn't have time for meet with the farmers. He could meet with the BSI, ASR all the time, anytime. Our Prime Minister meets with everyone. Our Prime Minister meets with everyone. I remember a couple of years ago, he was already going on a trip. When he came back, he canceled the trip or postponed his trip and returned to meet with the farmers and addressed the issue head on. Never run away from it. He may go and visit the Pope. But he came back. He came back, sat down in the meeting. We were there. We, the Northern representatives, were there, sitting down with the farmers, going through the full negotiations of the issue, facing the issue head on. Not sending someone to deal with it or just to crush a revolt. He faced it head on, and so it was resolved peacefully for everyone involved. So again, the farmers have a big stake. We up here, as is my colleague from Corozal North, we are farmers. We are raised by farming, and right now that's why I can stand here to support it. I can speak for my two colleagues because I'm always in contact with them. They're actually traveling on duty travel right now. So you could cover it how you want, right? You could cover it however you want, all right? But speak about yours.
42B.
You speak about yours. He can't get up right now because he never stood up for them in the 13 years. We do.
That's why you're not here today.
Exactly. I can tell you. We stand up for our farmers. The Prime Minister hears our voice. No, there's no full argument, but we make the issues we bring on the table, and he listens to them, and he gives it the respect which it is due. At least we have that voice. And I promise you, we raise our voice where needed. All right? So I'm a little concerned, Madam Speaker, when you come in here and try to grandstand and try to say no support for the farmers. My God, the farmers are being consulted. The Prime Minister just said he met with all four different groups of the farmers. Right? I know about one of those meetings because they had approached me to ask a meeting with him. When I went with him, instantly in the next week, he gave me time, date, and place where they would meet, and the meeting went on. All right? He no refuse meetings. All right? So exactly it is his job, and he does it, unlike your farmer boss who did not. All right? So thank you for that. All right? Madam Speaker, I could go through in many other things the Prime Minister have already alluded to much of it. I just believe that we have to fully correct this falsehood that the farmers are not involved. They're going to be benefiting from this. I can tell you the progress of San Esteban Road will finally see completion where ONO cancel and actually gone in Albert Street Division. You're not even at least come and thank the Progreseños that want to take away the money and put it in the Albert Street and not for Albert. Please, man, at least go up there and go thank them now for that. All right? Please contribute something when you're done now. All right? So please, when the farmers wanted their voice heard, Prime Minister Barrow ignored them. When the farmers requested support for the frog hoppers, Prime Minister ignored them. All right? They got no support. There was no support for no farmers in those times, and I never hear on a voice at any time. You were still a citizen at the time. All right? You could have at least get up and say something in the newspaper or in the news, but you did not. Please. Madam Speaker, I support this bill.
Forgive me, I did not correctly refer to the member previously. It's Corozal Southeast. I said Corozal, so for the record, Southeast. I recognize the member for Queen Square.
Madam Speaker, I rise to contribute to this debate. It wasn't my intention to speak on this topic, but our colleague, the member from Corozal North, is not with us today. One thing I will say, Madam Speaker, we're not grandstanding on this situation. The cane farmers are in dire, dire distress. Our cane farmers are on their knees. They are sinking in debt. Their fields are ravaged by disease, and their pleas for help fall on deaf ears. This is not just a crisis of agriculture, Madam Speaker. This is a crisis of conscience. The sugar industry is in a state of emergency, not because of drought or flood, but because of a drought of leadership and a flood of bad policy from this administration. Let me be clear. We on this side, we're not against investment. We welcome fair partnership. But the deal before this House, the Sugar Industry and Cogeneration Project Amendment Bill, is not a fair partnership. It is a surrender. It is a betrayal of the Belizean farmer. And it is a threat to the very soul of our nation. For 10 more years, this government wants to give away the store to ESR and BSI. 10 more years of stamp duty exemptions. And what do our farmers get in return? They get the same old empty promises. They get the same old run around on the issue of fair payment of bagash, an issue that has been a thorn in the side of this industry for over a decade. While our farmers are struggling to make ends meet, this government is busy rewarding a multinational that has failed to be a fair partner. And what about the sugar roads? The sugar roads are a national disgrace at this time. They are roads to ruin, delaying the harvest, damaging equipment, and draining the pockets of our farmers. This government can find millions in tax breaks for a foreign company, but it cannot find the will or the resource to pave the roads that lead to our nation's prosperity. They pave the way for foreign profits while our farmers travel a road to ruin. Madam Speaker, this government is in disarray. We saw the former Minister of Agriculture, a man who at least pretended to champion the rights of the sugarcane farmers, resign from his post. And who steps in? A Minister of State who is promptly whisked away to Florida, not to meet the struggling farmers, but to tour refineries with the Vice President.
On a point of order, Madam Speaker, please.
What's the point of order?
Madam Speaker, standing orders require that when we are debating a bill, that we debate to the bill. I am very disappointed in the Lord Counsel that he's actually reading from a paper as opposed to debating the bill. And in fact, he should have sought leave from you before reading the paper that he's reading. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam
That is
Speaker,
a standing order. You
it
must
is a
pass.
standing order, and I respect the standing order, and therefore I request permission to use my notes in this presentation.
After the fact, I'm generous. It's Christmas.
Thank
But
you,
it is
Madam
to
Speaker.
refer.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, right. The message is clear. The government priorities are not in the cane fields of Orange Walk and Crozal, but in the corporate boardrooms of the United States. The human cost of this neglect is staggering. The 2024-2025 crop season was a disaster with record low output. Farmers are battling pests and diseases with little to no support. They are facing a crippling labor shortage. And while they suffer, this government offers them scraps on the table. This isn't just a problem for the North, Madam Speaker. When the sugar industry suffers, all of Belize suffers. The economic fallout will be felt in every corner of this nation, from the villages of Toledo to the homes and hard-working people of my constituency, Queen Square, who will see the price of everything go up when a pillar of our economy is allowed to crumble. We on this side say it is enough. We will not stand by while this government sells out our nation. We demand clear, enforceable commitments. If BSI ESR is to receive a tax extension for 10 years, then we insist on giving our struggling cane farmers reciprocal benefits. That means, first, a fair and transparent payment system for bagash. No more excuses, no more delays. Our farmers have waited long enough for the basic justice. Second, a stabilized minimum price for cane so that our farmers can have some measure of security and can plan for their family's future. Third, direct support for disease management and infrastructure so that money gets to the people who needs it most, the farmers themselves and their communities. Fourth, transparent reporting from ESR, BSI, so that the Belizean people know exactly what they are getting in return for their generosity in the tax breaks. Madam Speaker, a sugar industry that favors only the miller is not sustainable. One that protects its farmer, its people, surely is. This government has chosen its side, and it's not the side of the Belizean people. Let the record show who stood for the farmer. We stand with Belize, we stand with the farmers. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Just a gentle reminder, members, when we say refer, it has a meaning. So let's refer to statements and not read speeches or statements. I ask for your indulgence and your compliance. I recognize the member for Orange Walk East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I had no intention to speak on this bill, but may I remind the Honorable House, and especially our members from the opposition bench, that if it was not for a PUP government, we would not have had a sugar industry in this country. Madam Speaker, as I offer some remarks, I would ask that I be able to, I quickly wrote something here while listening to the leader of the opposition and the other member. I want to say that I support this motion, this bill for the Sugar Industry and Cogeneration Project Amendment Bill 2025, not only as a member of cabinet or government, Madam Speaker, but as a representative who have cane farmers within my constituency that is home to many hard-working cane farmers and families who also depend directly and indirectly on the sugar industry. But you see, Madam Speaker, the leader of the opposition and her members over that side of the bench would want to paint a doom and gloom picture over the entire industry. Let me also remind the members that it is this PUP government who have invested millions and millions of dollars of support to the sugarcane farmers, to the industry, so that we could keep the industry surviving. Madam Speaker, for us in Orange Walk East, sugar is not an abstract policy issue. It is a way of life. from our people in Tower Hill to Santa Marta and surrounding areas. Our farmers rise up every morning very early, work long hours, and depend on a system that must be efficient, reliable, and fair. And so what this bill does, Madam Speaker, it provides the legislative certainty needed to sustain and strengthen the system, particularly by the support of cogeneration and improving overall productivity within the industry. You see, Madam Speaker, as I said, what the leader of the opposition fails to have said is that this bill extends beyond production. Improve efficiency in the sugar industry must go hand in hand with improved infrastructure, as the Prime Minister rightly highlighted in his presentation. And so the rehabilitation of these key sugar roads, these key outlets, and I would also want to plug in there the Santa Marta Road. These are critical parts, and it's very important for our farmers who transport their cane and their crop, but it's also important for our residents, for businesses and service users who also rely on safe and reliable access. Madam Speaker, when we improve the infrastructure of these sugar roads, this means reduced delays in delivery, lower costs for the farmers, and more timely delivery of sugar cane, which ultimately strengthens the entire sugar value chain.
Madam Speaker,
So, Madam Speaker, this bill...
on a point of order. The relevance,
point of order.
The relevance, Madam Speaker, we're talking about an incentive to BSI Belcogen. The member for Orange Walk East is speaking about some proposal for sugar roads that is not before this National Assembly, Madam Speaker.
I think the leader of opposition, Madam Speaker, is being very, very... I don't want to say what I want to say in the House, maybe. Because the Prime Minister was clear. He highlighted the various areas that the bill will propose, the investment that will come, not only in the industry, but the infrastructure is part of this as well.
Madam Speaker,
So I don't know where
Madam
the
Speaker,
Speaker...
Madam Speaker.
I'm not going to yield, Madam Speaker.
Yes, there is a point of order. Madam Speaker, the bill before us is the cogeneration incentive bill. It has nothing to do with broken promises that this administration hopes to deliver on to the Belizean farmers.
Heard the point of order. I've also heard contributions, the 3 contributions so far on this debate, and there was reference to sugar roads. There was also reference, I believe, that sugar roads are in a deplorable state. That was one comment. Member is reacting to those contributions. Continue, member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think we'll put... They're not going to throw me off because I don't know easy body to throw up. So, Madam Speaker, what I was also saying is that this bill supports our farmers. Because I heard the leader of the opposition said, oh, we're not supporting the farmers. This bill will support our farmers, our workers in the industry, the transporters, and the communities who benefit from this industry. Therefore, what this bill is doing, Madam Speaker, is reinforcing the government's commitment to rural development, economic stability, and ensuring that traditional industries like sugar industry continue to modernize and remain competitive. That is what we are doing. That is what the bill and the incentive program is about, to ensure that the industry can continue to survive, to ensure that we could continue to ensure that our farmers are able to deliver their sugar cane crop with timely delivery, improved infrastructure, and better quality. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Dangula. Sorry,
Madam
member for
Speaker,
Stan Creek.
I was recently appointed the minister responsible for agriculture. And I see when an investment has been made, initial investment, they will always require an incentive, because you don't know exactly what will be the plans as you proceed. And after a period of time, then you will say, okay, I'm now making a profit. I'm prepared to pay all the taxes due to the country of Belize for the benefit of the Belizean people. While I'm new to the Ministry of Agriculture, I work in the agriculture industry for 23 years before coming to politics. I know exactly what the strain the people in agriculture are going through, and a responsible government, if you want to secure for the people of Belize, will have to give incentives for them to survive until they be able to make a profit margin. And I want to also thank the Prime Minister to recognize the effort, the issue in the citrus industry. And they have agreed that they will give also an incentive, also assistance every year to make sure the citrus industry come back to its original state. By doing that, we will create activities for our people. So as the minister responsible, I want to say I support it 100%.
I recognize the member for Mesopotamia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I couldn't resist, my buddy. I really couldn't resist. You know, Madam Speaker, I am no expert in farming at all. So, what I do last night, when I get the supplementary papers in after 4, between 4 to about 8 o'clock so, apart from my busy schedule, I make some phone calls to some of my friends from the north who work in the area. No bias, no he. So, Madam Speaker, I just quickly jotting down some bullet points that the cane farmers, the farmers from the north, people who work in the sugar industry have told me last night. And I ask for permission to refer to my notes, please. Bullet points. He say the struggle of cane farmers is for asking more from Bagash. I guess then they ask for more monies from the Bagash, right? The cane farmer struggles is for the bad roads, disease, and the high cost of transportation. He also said that the season always start late. This is probably relevant to the situation, but that's one of his comments. Sugar is expected to be 25% less this year. Before 2020, and this is their words, not mine, PM Briceño and my is all for the cane farmers. Now, all for the rich. No care for the poor. And I quote. He also made mention about $2.5 million for the Sugar Control Board. But he also said that the board is a politically manipulated board. These are not my words, guys, okay? I'd write down bullet points and let you know what happened. And I confess, I don't know anything about farming, so I go do my research, and if I don't know, I ask and I learn. No, I don't know where they really tell me. They tell me and I have to learn. No, a couple of persons, partly, a couple of persons. You know, we live and we learn, you know. At this 53, I still learn every day. We all live and we learn. Little to no assistance to industry. You know, say not get no assistance, you know. We say little to no, none. People are desperate in the north. Instead, they want to give ASR tax breaks. The commercial agreement is not signed, so fair trade benefits is for only some. Only a few. Yes, you know more than me? You know more than me.
Members, please let's allow the member to.
No, my file is not less than nothing, you know. My file is not less than nothing. These bullet points here is from true people that lives up north, Mr. Speaker. True people, right? Real people. Good. No, I never call on either, because he's not a cane farmer. He's not a farmer.
Member, please proceed with your statement.
He's not a farmer. Don't forget the Laiva family is very big in Orange Walk, you know. Yeah, the Laiva family is very big in Orange Walk. Mr. PM, I am not saying anything about winning or losing. All I'm saying is that I made a couple calls to people who are actually in the industry, and these are the bullet points. Because I got my notes at after 4 through my email, and between 4 to 9, I prepared some of these things. Yes? Yes, yes. Only BSI Belcogen benefit from the duty free. Cane farmers are left in the dark. He said the fight, and I repeat again from the start again, we reiterated, the fight is to raise the price of bagasse. Said GOB, government of Belize, reward the big boys, the rich. The prices for is not looking good for the sugarcane industry, and expect a short crop season. Mr. Speaker, these are bullet points. I'm always very respectful, and I admit when I'm wrong, and I'm not always wrong. Sometimes I'm right, and when I give the hard facts, the other side just come, yeah, they dance on the issue, they throw out 2 insults. That's okay, it's all part of the game. It's not okay, okay, it's not okay. But guys, there is a lot of people in the north, Orange Walk and Corozal, where I have consulted last night, and they said that majority of people are not happy with this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I was really hoping we don't have to make this political, but the other side really can't help themselves. I mean, just, you know what gets to me, Mr. Speaker? Just hypocrisy, man. The hypocrisy of these people. My brother from Queen Square, I don't read about things we don't know about. I love you, you're a really cool guy, but no man could go but set you up, make him go and read it. Because he know better. Because he was in cabinet for 13 years under the UDP. And my brother from Mesopotamia, that people are not happy. Can I remind this House, Mr. Speaker, that on March what? Or what day in March? March the 12th, the people in the North voted overwhelmingly for the People's United Party. Whatever we believe it, you know, Mr. Speaker. We won by huge margins that were historic. I know you will come and tell me about how they're not happy. Of course you have 1 or 2 people that are not happy, and that's understandable. Even in your own family, you don't have everybody that happy. But I can tell you that it is one government that has been working hand in hand with the cane farmers of this country. But why the hypocrisy, Mr. Speaker? When there was a drought, 2018-2019, that hit the North, probably one of the worst droughts in recent history, that farmers literally lost millions of dollars because of the dry. It was the same member from Corozal North, and the then Prime Minister of the North said, the then Prime Minister, Honorable Dean Barrow, said that they were going to help the cane farmers of the North. That's what they said. Leader of the opposition, do you know how much your government gave them? They gave them 0, not a single dollar to help them. And then you come here like a hypocrite to talk about we not doing anything? Look at the Petrocaribe money.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I am not yielding.
On a point
What's
of
the point
order,
of order?
Mr. Speaker.
What is the point of order?
On a
What
point
is
of
section?
order.
Honorable, what is the point of order?
Parliamentary language, Mr. Speaker.
Hypocrisy is not on parliamentary language.
Parliamentary language. You're not going to refer to me as a hypocrite in this
But
house,
if you are,
Mr.
you
Speaker.
are.
I am not.
Well, let the record speak.
I am not. And it shouldn't be allowed, Mr. Speaker, and I'm asking it for it to be struck off this house.
Member from Albert, your point is noted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm just trying to make the point, Mr. Speaker. You see, when you use this kind of word, it's when you start to talk about accusing, when you don't look at yourself in the mirror. The previous government did nothing to help the cane farmers. On a Petrocaribe, well, it was about $500+ million from Petrocaribe. What monies did they do to help the cane farmers? Nothing. And then you come and accuse us? Let me point out something, and that is why, Mr. Speaker, I was begging them, let's do the right thing for one time. Don't make we fight over everything. Let me point out, Mr. Speaker, as it speaks right now, not promises, we already have $4 million from the CRESA project for the cane farmers, for CIRDI, Tree Cane Farmers Association. We have another $8 million that we're getting for Fusarium. We don't get $2 million already. And because of that action that we took, member from Mesopotamia, this crop is going to be way better than I was expected. Because we took immediate action. When I went to Cabinet, I said, you know, we really need to help immediately. Even though things money tight, we found $2 million and gave it and went and sprayed thousands and thousands of cane fields. That shows true leadership and understanding to the plight of the cane farmers. We negotiated, I think it was with GCF, a grant, $50 million. We've already started to implement. That $50 million is going to be used with the cane farmers. And then you come and tell we do nothing? We're wrong, we do not. That when you say these things, that you all look bad when you, I know you want to try to score political points. But when you come and say untruths in this house, that is when you look bad. $50 million that's being administrated by the 5 Cs. And if you don't believe me, leader of the opposition, go and speak to them. Go and speak to Dr. Young, who worked under the UDP administration, but we work very well with him. Go and ask him. That is our promise, that $50 million. We gave the cane farmers $2 million in fertilizers for fertilizers. How much did you give the farmers for fertilizer? Zero, man. That is the hypocrisy when you come to attend to this National Assembly and when you come and say untruths that we're doing nothing for the cane farmers. Just with this, Mr. Speaker, and then we are right now negotiating. We are negotiating. I did not interrupt you, Mr. Speaker. When the member from Albert was speaking, I did not interrupt her for one single moment. So I'm asking her to have the respect and the decency not to interrupt me.
Member from Albert, please let's allow the Prime Minister to finish his statement.
We just explained, Mr. Speaker, that right now we are negotiating along through the Central Bank and to DFC, $20 million that we want to make available to the farmers so that they could pay off their loans at DFC, at the banks, and then to be able to get lower interest rate and pay longer periods so they could plant more cane. And then you want to come and tell us we do nothing? She comes, the leader of the opposition comes and tells us that we gave no report on what kind of taxes we are giving up with this. First of all, it never comes to the House. It has never happened. They didn't do it when they brought this bill. Ask her if they brought it to the House. They did not. But more importantly, she or her members could have asked in the House committee I want the people from investment, the Ministry of Investment, to come and tell us how many taxes we are giving up. But they don't do that because they want to come to the National Assembly to grandstand. You have that information available. And then she likes to talk about fishery committee and committee. This comes to the cabinet. And the cabinet gets the entire information, the entire breakdown of everything that's being given up and what we are going to get in return. So it's not something that we don't have the information. And she could have gotten it. She could have got. So why did you ask for it? What? See, there you go.
Member from Albert, please allow the Prime Minister to finish his statement.
I repeat, Mr. Speaker, I respected the leader of the opposition when she was talking. I did not interrupt her. Now I am answering the very same things that she brought up. She brought up that we did not bring that information. And I'm telling her that in the House Committee, she could have asked for that information and she may get the information. It just brings home the point that all she wants to do is grandstand in this National Assembly. And then when you grandstand like that, then you end up, they look bad, and they want to try to throw insults across the aisle. There you go again. There you go again. There you go again. When you were speaking, I did not interrupt you. Then she wants to talk about the social contributions. Keeping the industry alive is the biggest social contribution for the North because people are working. The farmers continue to deliver. And while they might not be making a lot of money, at least they keep going. An industry that was brought about by the People's United Party government. And I want to talk about, are we going to make BSI ensure that they have renewable energy? That's what they've been doing. Belcogen is renewable energy. They get the bagasse, they burn the bagasse, create energy, use the energy for the factory, and the rest they sell it on to the grid. But you know when they want to send some things to make them sound smart or like they know what they talk about, they don't think when they get up just because of partisan politics, because they want to make a point. When you all were in government, and it's right, ask your leader, the Honorable former Prime Minister, how many times did he meet to the cane farmers? Whenever there's an issue in the North, it doesn't matter if I have any event, I cancel that because the cane farming industry is paramount for this government. And I sit with them and I talk to them and I listen to them and I try to work a broker to broker an agreement between both parties. I don't shy away from the cane farmers. And you're right, brother member from Corozal Southeast, when you asked me to meet the leaders, I met them in my house. I invited them to my house and I sat down and I talked to them. I didn't hide away from them. And when they were having the blockage and kind of riots out there, we never sent the BDF to beat them up. We never sent the BDF to kill our cane farmers, like what happened under the previous government. When we stood up with the cane farmer, when was it, 2018? Remember? And we stood up by Toll Bridge. They threw tear gas at us. They had the police shoot a can of tear gas right between my legs. Yes. That's what they did. And they were manhandling us. When they were blocking the gates, we did not send the police to manhandle them because we sit down and we talk to them. That is the difference between that side and this side when it comes to dealing with challenges that we face. There's so many things that the member brought up that, what kind of price stabilization do they give the cane farmers? Yet, for the next side of the month, I hear they increase the price of sugar. Make up your mind, what is it that you want? Because 2/3 of that will go straight into the pockets of the farmers. The sugar roads, it's important to point out. They could have paved the road from the 77 to Orange Walktown, because that's what the cane farmers they use, but they did not. Who did it? We did it. We had the money, and they signed the contract, and maybe we need to make that come to light. A contract was signed under the PUP government, under the Musa government, and they started to work on that road. Already several $1 million were already spent because they were raising up the road. And as soon as the UDP came in, they broke that contract. And they took that money, and where did they put it? In the Albert division, the division of the leader of the opposition. Yes. They even thank you, he said yes. And then you know what's this? And this is a lot of what people don't realize, Mr. Speaker, that the people that got that contract went to court. And then they were not getting anywhere. When Brother Dennis took over that case, all of a sudden the government decided to settle. Millions of dollars were paid to to those contractors for breaking that contract, and no road was built. And on top of that, I think there was about $11 million of free money from the EU that was going to be used to pave that road. And you know what happened to that money, Mr. Speaker? We lost that money just because we had a spiteful UDP government back then. And then you come here and talk about these things. You should not. I really thought that you'd have come and said, you know, farmers need help. Look, we try to help the farmers, but yes, I understand why we have to do this. That's what I expected from you. The same Belcogen, BSI, the factory, the act that we're signing, the Sugar and Industry Cogeneration Project Act. Mr. Speaker, you know when this was signed? This was put into act the 1st of October of 2012. Who was in government? It was our government. All we are doing is amending the act, the very act that the UDP passed, that the UDP supported, so that we can be able to help and to work with BSI to ensure that they can be sustainable. Because if they continue having losses, what do? You shut down, you close down, and that's something we cannot afford. Sugar roads again. We've said we're going to be paving some of these important arteries. But I need to remind this honorable House, when you were in government, also a member from Albert, you all were giving $400,000 for sugar roads. Our government every year, we put at least $800,000 for sugar roads, double of what they talk about. And then you all come here and try to criticize us, man. But look, we work on some things that are good from time to time, and not everything you have to be so cantankerous about and gravelicious. Huh? Sorry? Yes, more than yeah. Oh, sorry. The Minister of Infrastructure Development is telling me it's more than $1 million we spent on sugar roads. More than $1 million. I really thought. And look, I think camp. Remind me, Mr. Speaker. The scorpion want to cross the river to the other side, and they tell the toad, "Give me a ride across." The toad say, "I can't give you I can't because you want sting me." He said, "No man, carry me across." And when they're halfway, the scorpion sting the poor frog. And when the frog is dead, he tell the scorpion, "Say, man, why you do this?" He said, "Look, no, the two away and drowned it." The scorpion said, "I can't help myself." That's exactly what the other side would be right now. I thought that they would have been something and to come and to help us. This is something good for the industry, Mr. Speaker. And we are working for the cane farmers. And my brother from Mesopotamia, there are 5,000 cane farmers. And I'm sure you could find 10 of them. I'm sure you could find 50 of them. You could find 200 of them that are not happy. How many members do you have in your family? 10, 20, 50, extended family. I am sure that if I call one or two of your members and say, "Boy, I mean not like he because he never give me only help the other day." In my family, it happens too. So obviously you call, maybe your father-in-law tell you to call. And I know your father-in-law very well from I'm a little boy. rabid UDP, but we good. We're rabid UDP. So maybe you call the wrong persons. Mr. Speaker, I was hoping we were going to finish early, but let me mention again about the issue of the bagasse. All of a sudden they talk about bagasse. As if now they are experts in the bagasse. The bagasse is a private transaction between the farmers and the millers. The government can't get involved between these two when it's a private transaction. We could encourage, but we can't force them because it is a private transaction. A commercial agreement is a private transaction between the farmers and the millers. We can't force any side to sign anything unless they both want to sign. It is a private transaction. We support, we help, we encourage for it to be able to have fair and to be a balanced agreement. And when you come and then talk about fair trade, I say because BSCFA have not signed the commercial agreement and don't get a fair trade, they are the two separate issues. I have met with BSCFA many times, encouraging them, sign the agreement for fair trade because then your farmers are the ones who pay the price. The other three have signed on. The very same agreement that the three have signed was given to them. And as much as I encouraged them, they felt that they would not sign it. And that is why they not paid, because they did not sign the fair trade agreement. You know, we could have talked this privately, and I could have made school, and leave it. I am a cane farmer too, you know. I am a cane farmer. I am still a cane farmer. I am still a cane farmer. Proud cane farmer. I used to drive tractor, not anymore. I used to deliver cane. I used to harocho. They back the cane when the trailer stuck in the mud. We have to go up there, grab bunch by bunch and walk through the mud. No, that's hard work. That's why I know they say that school. When I'm at Fort Farm, I had a big man, and I want to come home from school to go work here in the field. And my brother said, "Are you crazy? The best decision, I stay at school." That's why I encourage everybody, stay in school. So I know the plights of the farmers. We live with the farmers. So we would never do anything to hurt the farmers, but more to help them. But it is a partnership. And I really wish that the other side, Mr. Speaker, today, you know, at Christmas time, make we have the Christmas spirit and come here and support us. That said, Mr. Speaker, I urge both sides of the House to support these amendments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Sugar Industry and Cogeneration Project Act, Chapter 5901 of the Substantive Law of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to extend exemptions for taxes and duties for the continued development of the cogeneration energy project and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, to read a second time. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Sugar Industry and Cogeneration Project Act, Chapter 5901 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to extend exemptions from taxes and duties for the continued development of cogeneration energy project and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, again, I think I've already explained now. This is the Customs and Excise Duty Amendment Number 2, Bill 2025. I move the second reading of the bill for an act to amend the Customs and Excise Duties Act, Chapter 48 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to vary the rate of duty on soups and broths in solid or powder form, including ramen noodles and other related items in the Customs Tariff and Trade Classification. and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental to. Again, I gave a brief explanation, Mr. Speaker. Basically, we're producing our own, and we need to support our own producers. And as it is right now, they have reduced the price of ramen than what the importers were charging. And by giving this 20% added protection, I think it could help them. We have permission from COTED. They give us the green light that we can go ahead and put the 20%. It will not affect the poor people because the price will not go up. If anything, it will go down. That's what competition does. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the member from Albert.
Hi. Mr. Speaker, it seems like a simple adjustment, a simple amendment. I applaud the government's indicative, if you will, to help local processors to create some space to allow local food processors to grow. But ramen noodles, Prime Minister, honestly, it's not healthy, first of all. It is the food of choice, Mr. Speaker, for the working poor. That's the truth. Can we, Mr. Speaker, create a policy that will help local producers that same space to prepare food competitively priced that nourishes the body, that allows people to live a healthy lifestyle? It's the worst food on the market, ramen noodles. And it's indeed true that the local producer product is selling. And why is it selling, Mr. Speaker? It is selling because it's the cheapest product on the market right now, even without the amendment to the duties for those products that are imported. I ask that we look at these initiatives from a more holistic point of view. Soups and broths. We will not sit in this house, Mr. Speaker, and say that is what the poor people deserve. Far from it. It angers me, in fact. It angers me that we are proud to thump our chest and come in this house and say we're doing something good because we're making ramen noodles more accessible. It is already accessible, Mr. Prime Minister. You can walk in any home on the south side of Belize City, and that is what people are eating because that's simply what they can afford. Our people deserve better than that. And if we're going to help our local producers and our local food processors, let us create a policy that helps them across the board. That we prepare food that will help us to have a more healthy lifestyle, particularly the working poor. I have very mixed feelings about this small amendment, Mr. Speaker, because it provides no link to our national food security, no link to our food chain in this country. Yes, we want to help a particular producer and give that particular producer some space to grow, Mr. Speaker. But I beg us, if we care about the working poor, the way this administration comes here every meeting to tell us that you support the working poor, at the end of the day, we're talking about ramen noodles. You should be ashamed of yourself, Mr. Prime Minister. Thank you.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
I'll be kind to the leader of the opposition. I will not answer the points that she has made because they're nonsensical. But I just want to make one point. I don't know if she realized that Belize is the only country in Central America that's self-sufficient when it comes to food. And that did not happen under the UDP. It happened under this government. Because we've been working hand in hand with the farmers, in agriculture, with the producers, and anywhere we can, we are going to help. If she felt so strongly what they said, it angers me. Why never anger her when she was in the UDP, when they were in government?
Where was the policy?
Yes, where was the policy? You had no such policy. You could have gone, and then back in your days, you could have banned the importation of noodles and ramen. You could have raised the taxes on noodles and ramen. But see, they don't look at the mirror. That's my point. Now, if the honorable member from Albert would have come here and speak logically and not shrill, they raise the pressure and say, you know what, Prime Minister, maybe it's time for us to sit down and try to come up with some kind of policy which we have and we're working on. You know, you could get a lot more. There's another saying that you could get more out of honey than vinegar. But all the members for Albert, they dish out here vinegar. And when you dish out vinegar, what do you expect? When you taste vinegar, member from Queen's Square, what do you do? Ouch! You spit it out, right? That's exactly what's happening today. Yes, and yes, thank you for reminding me, member from Freetown. It is the very same company that the member of Albert, she was in cabinet, that approved a concession to do beer. You remember that? You remember that, member from Albert? The same company that they you will support for get beer. Yes, and there was a whole scandal of what was happening at the beginning, because a certain member in cabinet made a dish out gifts around. And then the then Prime Minister said, no, he stopped it initially. But eventually they went to produce. And there's nothing wrong if you want to support more production and local companies. There's absolutely nothing wrong with it, member from Albert. I'm not condemning you for supporting them when they did the thing for the bear.
They're producing flour.
Right, yes, I'm not condemning.
Member from Albert, please allow the Prime Minister to finish his statement.
You like dish, but you don't like when they dish to you. Do so, not like do so. That's your problem. When you speak, I don't interrupt you. Did I interrupt you when you were speaking? I did not. Did I interrupt you? That's my point. So, Mr. Speaker, see, this is what you can't understand. They supported them to do beer. Now they're doing ramen. Yes, I know the healthiest of food. We admit that. We admit that. But at least we do something to reduce it. Even if we reduce it by 5 cents or 10 cents or 20 cents, it is something that goes in the pocket of our citizens. And then, this group not stop there, Mr. Speaker. They're producing flour. They're producing flour. You're aware of that? They're producing flour. And then there's going to be producing cooking oil. They're going to be producing a lot of other products. You need to support our people when they invest, Mr. Speaker. So anyway, I won't waste any more time. When somebody don't want to learn, no matter what you tell them, they just know and listen. So that said, Mr. Speaker, again, I ask both sides of the House to support this important initiative. Thank you.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Customs and Excise Duties Act, Chapter 48 of the Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to vary the rates of duties on soups and broths in solid or powder form, including robin noodles and other related items in the custom tariff and trade classification, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Customs and Excise Duties Act, Chapter 48 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to vary the rate of duty on soups and broths in solid and powder form, including ramen noodles and other related items in the customs tariff and trade classification, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, this is the Money Laundering and Terrorism Prevention Act for the substantive laws of Belize to satisfy the requirements of the Financial Action Task Force recommendations with respect to digital assets and digital asset service providers, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental to. When I introduced the bill, Mr. Speaker, I have already explained basically what we want to do now, since this prohibition comes to an end at the 31st of December. Now, this will then make it legal to be able to provide this service. And the next bill, the amendment, is then to be able to how we're going to manage it so that it can be done transparency and to be able to follow the laws as required by the FATF and the financial securities industry. Again, I'm hoping that we get support from both sides of the House.
I recognize the member from Albert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to indicate that those of us on this side agree that Belize must protect its financial system from money laundering and, of course, terrorist financing. We have come to this House over and over and over to enact new legislation that will help us to have a more robust financial system. I don't think that legislation is our problem. In fact, there's the issue of enforcement. And so I asked FSC, who I understand will have to do some significant training with their current team in terms of this new facet of our financial system, to ensure that we do that post haste. Because certainly we would not want to have a situation where even with being saddled with the amount of legislation we have in terms of anti-money laundering and all the various aspects of the work of the FSC and the FIU, that we still find ourselves blacklisted because of lack of enforcement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do accept the recommendation on the issue of training, and I will pass it on to the Financial Services Commission to ensure that we could provide the necessary training to ensure that we live up to the requirements on this. Can I move?
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Money Laundering and Terrorism Prevention Act, Chapter 104 of the Substantive Law of Belize, to satisfy the requirements of the Financial Action Task Force recommendation with respect to digital assets and digital asset service providers, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Money Laundering and Terrorism Prevention Act, Chapter 104 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, to satisfy the requirements of the Financial Action Task Force recommendation with respect to digital assets and digital asset service providers, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, this is Financial Services Commission Amendment Bill 2025. I move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Financial Services Commission Act number 8 of 2023 to provide for the grant of a special license for trading in digital assets and other similar activities and operations, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental to. Again, Mr. Speaker, we introduced this a few weeks ago at the previous House meeting. The one before this, the financial, the one on the Money Laundering and Terrorism Act, sets out how you're going to provide the licenses and how the FIU will be monitoring to ensure that we protect, as what the leader of the opposition said, the financial services here in Belize, especially our banking services. Now, under this financial services amendment bill, now this will make it legal to be able to provide those services, as I explained. So again, I urge support from both sides of the House. Thank you.
Honorable,
I move.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Financial Services Commission Act, Act number 8 of 2023, to provide for the grant of a special license for trading in digital assets and other similar activities and operations, and to provide for matters connected therewith and incidental thereto, to be read a second time. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Financial Services Commission Act, Act number 8 of 2023, to provide for the grant of a special license for trading in digital assets and other similar activities and operations, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs, Foreign Trade, Education, Culture, Science and Technology.
I rise. Mr. Speaker, this is the Judges' Salaries and Pensions Bill 2025. I move the second reading of a bill for an act to provide for the salaries, pensions, and other conditions of service of judges of the High Court of Judicature and the Court of Appeal.
I recognize the member for Queen Square.
Madam Speaker, I rise to add to this debate on the Judges' Salaries and Pensions Bill 2025. I understand the reason behind the pension for the judge, that we want to attract more competent judges, that we want to keep them more rooted, longer rooted in Belize, so that they can develop our own legal jurisprudence. My only bone of contention, is, if there is one, is the vesting period of the 5-year for pension. It's really historic, and it's the first time that this country will see such a short pension period of only 5 years. The public service, they have a 15-year pension period. I think Parliament has 2 consecutive terms, or at least 8 years, so 5 years is a first for Belize. And we had the opportunity in the House Committee meeting to actually talk with the technocrat, and it was said that similar jurisdiction like St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Vincent, they were of the opinion that that's an attractive pension scheme to bring judges from abroad. The concern with the 5-year period that we have on this side of the House is that when you look at St. Kitts and Nevis, for example, these are small, tiny islands that's all in the middle of the Caribbean. I don't think Belize has to do all that to attract judges. We are a jewel. We have many different things to offer. In fact, the judges' salary have been raised. I think the benefits have been raised. I think we have a robust package as is. I would just like to see that when you think about a pension scheme, my first thought was that KHMH, for example, those workers have been screaming for a pension scheme, and they were negotiated over a decade. They spent trying to get an established pension scheme, and what we had was a simple compensation package where they now receive 5% of their annual salary, and the judges come here And don't get me wrong, I'm all for the pension scheme for judges, but when we don't negotiate it properly, I feel like the Belizean people lose. I feel like the taxpayers of this country lose. And in the end, I feel that we don't have the real crunching of the figures when the bill reaches the House, for the fact that there's not a cost schedule that shows exactly how we reach to these numbers. We don't know what we are losing in giving out this type of pension as compared to just maybe raising the judge's salary a little more. So that's the trouble that we on this side have with supporting this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Albert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to make my contributions to the Judges and Salaries Pension Bill of 2025. Madam Speaker, there are a couple of things. First, there is that the bill promises judicial independence. However, it is the executive who will determine all the critical financial arrangements under this new bill. Salaries, allowances, contribution rates, pension levels, spousal pensions, they're not in the bill. That will be determined entirely by regulations made by the executive. So that is an area of concern. The second area of concern, Madam Speaker, is the vesting period of 5 years. The Pension Act in this country, for members of Parliament, for members of the executive, say that you're pensionable after 10 years. In the public service, sorry? Minimum of 8 years. Thank you for the correction. In the public service, the vesting period is 15 years. I believe, Madam Speaker, and we believe that there should be some equity in the system. As it is right now, judges are in the highest salary bracket in the country. Judges have tenureship in the country. Do they deserve a pension? Certainly. I'm not against a pension arrangement, but one that is in line with what the Pension Act of this country provides. The other concern, Madam Speaker, is this mandatory contribution scheme. It's unclear, it's unequal, and it could be potentially punitive. Because as it is now, this act seeks to provide pension for judges in the High Court, but there is no consideration under this provision for judges in the lower court, in the magistrates, etc., etc. So how are we going to have that matter addressed for those itinerant judges, as it is described in the Act, that is not subject to this provision? There's also the issue, Madam Speaker, of what I can only refer to as a double dipping within the public purse. Judges are on contract. They receive a gratuity at the end of their contract period. But now, with that gratuity, they'll also receive a pension. It is my understanding from speaking with the, being a part of the committee that considered these amendments, that the contracts will be terminated once this bill takes effect. There are legal implications if you have a contractual agreement with another party. And so it is really unclear to me how that component will be negotiated, Madam Speaker, in terms of how we settle this idea of double dipping. The Attorney General conceded in his note to the committee that this matter has not been resolved. It's still pending, it's still up in the air. And if that is the case, Madam Speaker, then the bill is not ready for passage. These issues have to be clear to the Belizean people who ultimately pay the bill. Taxpayers pay the bill. Now we'll have two classes of judges, those who are pensionable and those who aren't. I think, Madam Speaker, the issue of equity is one that is a major concern, as well as the issue of judicial independence. The executive, in our view, must not have control over the economic and personal security of judges. The way the bill is presented, Madam Speaker, the bill will terminate contracts of judges. The bill will place salaries and other under regulations controlled by the Ministry of Finance. The bill will make pensions dependent on regulations controlled by the executive. The bill will allow for retrospective regulations, Madam Speaker, and the bill will create obligations for the people of Belize with no fiscal roadmap. The Attorney General also made the case to the House Committee, Madam Speaker, that there are other jurisdictions, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. He also cited St. Kitts and Nevis as jurisdictions that have a similar pension scheme. There's one caveat. When their pension program was presented for consideration by their National Assembly, all the details were provided as part of the bill. The bill and the regulations were presented together, and so there was a clear understanding of what the commitment would be by the government to judges and what would be the price tag on the Belizean people. So I raise those as serious concerns and ask for the government's consideration. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Freetown.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank both members for their contributions, their interventions, and for raising issues of importance. I'll try to address them very quickly. You know, judicial independence is critically important in any democracy, in any country. So this is really a historic, progressive bill that seeks to advance the rule of law, seeks to advance judicial independence. It's something that we in Belize have struggled with for decades. You know, we can recall some very, very dark days under the UDP administration, very dark days for the rule of law, very dark days for the independence of the judiciary. They were very, very comfortable in the UDP with having judges on short-term contracts. The shorter, the better. 1-year contracts, 2-year contracts. The max was a 3-year contract. They were very, very comfortable with that. The previous administration, before they came in, had moved, advanced very vigorously this objective of security of tenure. We had done that. They, in their terms of office after 2008, really destroyed, eroded all of the progress that we had made in terms of advancing the independence of the judiciary. They went full-blown back into these short-term contracts. So that, is a distinct blemish on the record of the United Democratic Party. So I think it's important as a party for them to appreciate the importance of embracing this very historic move that is being made by this administration to once again advance this important objective of the independence of the judiciary. It's central to economic development, central to economic growth, central to governance. So very, very important that we move away from this issue of having judges on contracts who can then, you are then at the whim and mercy of the administration. You have to wonder, if I decide this particular case in this way, will they renew my contract in 1 year or 2 years? We have to move past that. And this, I'm very proud that our government, our administration, our Attorney General is leading that effort, advancing that effort in consultation, in coordination with the judiciary. Not something we're doing on our own. We're working along with the judiciary to advance this issue. Very close consultations and collaborations. So it's very, very important for us to understand. The other issue that was raised was the vesting period. Well, you could always argue about vesting periods. This law establishes a 5-year vesting period. So you could make an argument that you want it to be 7 years or 8 years, whatever. The point is that, as the Attorney General explained to the House Committee, this is something that has been established in other jurisdictions. They cited St. Vincent and the Grenadines and St. Kitts in the Eastern Caribbean. But it's also the same vesting period exists in the UK. The UK, the big United Kingdom, that's the same. And I want to explain this point. People don't become, like you walk into a public office, you become a public officer. You could become a public officer at 18, right? So a young man or a young woman could walk into a government office, get hired, become a public officer at 18. You talk about members of parliament. I think, 21 is the age you can get elected and become a member of parliament. Becoming a judge requires a long period of training and service, distinguished service generally, through your legal career. So it's not something you become at 18, 19, 20, even 30 or 40. Most people become judges after they have had some distinguished career in law, where they have distinguished themselves through their practice or through some scholarly work or teaching. So generally, people become judges maybe in their 50s, right? So you can't apply the same principle and say, 15 years before you get your pension. Can't be the case. So that is the unique status of a judge that we have to appreciate and understand. So that's the reason for a shorter 5-year vesting period, which makes absolute sense when you understand and think about the nature of a judge, becoming a judge. Then the final point is this regulations. You talked about regulations and I want to be very clear about the regulations. Yes, ideally, I agree Madam Leader, you want everything presented and packaged. But the regulations will be, there are three parties to determining the regulations, not just some minister sitting in an office and say, oh, these are the regulations. The regulations will be signed by the Governor General on the advice of the Judicial and Legal Services Commission. So the judicial, which is chaired by the Chief Justice and has representation from the Attorney General's Ministry and has representation from the Bar Association and other stakeholders. So, and then the Minister as well has to provide concurrence. So the GG acting on the advice of the Judicial and Legal Services Commission with the concurrence of the Minister. So you have all the necessary, all the relevant parties at the table designing and determining what these regulations will be. So it's not just an arbitrary thing where, you know, I don't want the Belizean people to misunderstand when you suggest that somehow it can be just the minister to sit down, they decide what these regulations and what the terms and conditions will be and what the pension will be. No, 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 not at all. It will be, as I said, all of these parties involved. And then you also, I think, Madam Leader mentioned the issue of, I think you labeled it as inequity or inequality, inequity. That, oh, well, we give the judges pension, but we're not giving the magistrates or the itinerant judges pension. The reality is you have to start somewhere. You have to start somewhere. So we're starting with the senior judges. It has to be a phased approach. There are, as you will appreciate, financial implications with every decision you make. When you're putting in place a pension scheme, there are very serious financial implications and consequences. So you have to do it in a responsible way. And so while we, of course, would want to do it for everybody, it has to be done in a phased approach. So you start with the senior judges, and hopefully, you know, over the next years and so, it can be extended to everyone in the judiciary. So that, I think, you know, I think those were the issues that were raised. And certainly, you know, I will certainly, I think the Attorney General is already aware of the concerns that have been expressed. And, you know, he is, I know his office is looking at all of these issues and seeking to address them. I think there was one more issue raised. No, I think that was it. I think the double dipping. You're right. That's one. Yeah, right. That was the other one, the final one. Again, there, I think that's a legitimate issue. The Attorney General is seized of that issue. It's something that they will discuss when they are framing the regulations. They will certainly take that into consideration. But certainly, you know, the objective has to be that we eliminate as much as possible any double dipping. So I can assure you, Madam Leader, that that is an issue that is being looked at seriously and being addressed. So I would move with that, Madam Speaker, I would move the second reading of the bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to provide for the salaries, pensions, and other conditions of service of judges of the High Court of Judicature and the Court of Appeal be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to provide for the salaries, pensions, and other conditions of service of judges of the High Court of Judicature and the Court of Appeal.
I recognize the Minister for Rural Transformation, Community Development, and Local Government.
Madam Speaker, this is the Trade Licensing Amendment Number 3 Bill 2025. I move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Trade Licensing Act number 19 of 2024 to provide for the determination of annual license fees for trades in towns and villages, to make transitional provisions respecting existing trades, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam Speaker, I ask the support of the House on this bill. Thank you.
Who wish to move?
Madam Speaker, I now move the bill and ask you to kindly put the question. Thank you.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Trade Licensing Act number 19 of 2024 to provide for the determination of annual license fees for trades in towns and villages, to make transitional provisions respecting existing trades, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Trade Licensing Act, Act number 19 of 2024, to provide for the determination of annual license fees for trades in towns and villages, to make transitional provisions respecting existing trades, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Minister of Human Development, Family Support, and Gender Affairs.
Madam Speaker, I seek the indulgence of the Honorable House to move together the second reading of the Justices of the Peace Amendment Bill 2025 and the Domestic Violence Amendment Bill 2025.
Honorable members, the question is that the second I just have to put the question first. Honorable members, the question is that the second reading of the Justices of the Peace Amendment Bill and the Domestic Violence Amendment Bill 2025 be taken together. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Minister of Human Development, Family Support, and Gender Affairs.
I move the second reading of the bill for an act to amend the Justices of the Peace Act, Chapter 11901 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to empower select senior Justices of the Peace to issue interim protection orders under the Domestic Violence Act, Chapter 178 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, in urgent and exceptional circumstances, and to provide for matters connected therewith and incidental thereto. I also move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Domestic Violence Act, Chapter 178 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to empower select senior Justices of the Peace to issue interim protection orders under the Act in urgent and exceptional circumstances, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Leader of Opposition, Member for Albert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm sorry, we rise to make our contribution to the amendments to the Domestic Violence Act, and also to the Justice of the Peace Act. We stand here in full solidarity for these amendments. We understand that it is a quick fix. Some may refer to it as a Band-Aid fix, and there is definitely a need for kind of the comprehensive review that we know is already underway with the consolidation, if you will, of the new domestic violence bill that address gender-based violence. Women, as we know, are disproportionately affected by gender-based violence, by domestic violence, by femicide, and so we support these amendments. I shared, for the benefit of the Minister responsible for Human Development, I shared these provisions with a member of my constituency who has been seeking protection through the system for some time because of domestic violence. And one of the issues she raised with me is the 72-hour period. And she raised it because she had a real concern over an Easter holiday. So the 72 hours would not take into consideration when the courts are out for Easter break. That's a 5-day Easter break, and asked for some consideration, which I didn't even think of myself, if that 72-hour window could be extended, given the nuances of the holidays that we have. Sometimes it's beyond, if it's a long weekend, you know, they may not be able to get the protection even with the amendment as stated, and I thought it was a important issue that I should raise here. But be assured that the government, even though we're not in orange wire bearers, the members of the opposition certainly support this bill. Thank you.
Recognize the member for Belize Rural Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Not too much to be said except for full support. And Madam Leader and Member for Albert, we thank you and your side of the House for this important support. Members of the public, Madam Speaker, members, we're in orange today. Some people say we look like inmates, but never mind, we are inmates of the National Assembly and the House of Representatives because we believe in doing everything that is necessary to combat domestic violence, gender-based violence, and intimate partner violence. Too many times lately, we have seen instances of persons who are suffering from this purge. Too many times we have seen you approach the courts, they may be there, they may not be there, especially over a weekend or a long weekend. And so I wouldn't call it a quick fix or a band-aid, but I would call it an additional tool in the toolkit of trying to assist our people who are suffering from domestic violence. And I think it is a good move. Thank you, Minister of Human Development, Member for Corozal Bay, for bringing it forward. And thank you very, very much again for the support. If you would allow me, I would just like to mention that in our Women Parliamentary Caucus, I have said it to the media, and I want to say it here, in our Women Parliamentary Caucus, which has taken full cognizance of this issue, when we go to the Women's Parliamentary Caucus, we leave our party politics at the door. Now, you might say to me, somebody skeptical might say to me that that is impossible because we have red and we have blue, and that is the way our lives are in Belize. But as much as we possibly can, Madam Speaker, we do leave the party politics at the door, because when it comes to women's issues and issues of the protection of our people, it is exceedingly, exceedingly important. So I want to say that in full support for amending these pieces of legislation, it is another tool in the toolkit of helping those people who need that help the most. We are wrapping up the 16 days of activism, but I like it that our minister today has said that it must be every day. It mustn't only be 16 days. This is probably day 18, because the 16 days of activism ends on the 10th of December, Human Rights Day. but a very, very important move today. Members of the public, Belizean people, members of the House of Representatives, both opposition and government. Let's do what we believe is right today, and let's do it for the benefit of those who need it most. Full support for these amendments, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Minister.
Madam Speaker, I hear loud and clear. I would say that these bills seek to kind of plug a leak or a loophole. There are too many women that are far away from a magistrate. Magistrates are not always available, or gender-based violence really has no time period in which it's active and it turns off. And more often than not, it happens on weekends when people are out celebrating. Celebrations turn sour. During nights, at odd hours, after midnight, there's not always a magistrate available to hear these cases. There is already a process for interim protection orders through the magistrate's court that allows it to be speedy and allows for a 72-hour protection order. I believe that the intention is that even though we have a longer holiday period during Easter, which again, because there's lots of alcohol involved and a lot of celebrations, and a lot of times these provide the perfect storm for gender-based violence and intimate partner violence, that there may be an additional protection order if it doesn't cover the time for the matter to be heard by a magistrate. A lot of times, I think what's good about this bill is that it will take protection to police stations all the way. So sometimes, for example, in the villages, I know San Narciso has a police station. I know Sarteneja has a police station. I know a lot of the bigger villages have police stations. You don't have magistrates there, but women, especially because they're the ones that are most victims of gender-based violence and domestic violence, will be able to seek interim protection orders there. So I think it's important that we take protections to those that most need it as far, into the areas that we can, not only at the magistrate's court. And so I believe that, and I've said very publicly that this was pointed out to me by a senior justice of the peace in my own constituency. And I believe that we are stronger together when we can listen, just as you have, Honorable Member for Albert, to your constituents. And I believe that when we keep an open heart and we keep an open ear, the people will tell us what they need. They will come forward and show us what work needs to get done that matters to them. I believe that these bills matter. They matter to the women in Belize. They matter to children. They matter to families. And I am very grateful to have that pointed out by Mr. Cal, the Honorable Emilio Cal in Corozal Town. And I am happy to present the bill here.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Justices of the Peace Act, Chapter 11901 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to empower select senior justices of the peace to issue interim protection orders under the Domestic Violence Act, Chapter 178 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, in urgent and exceptional circumstances. and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Domestic Violence Act, Chapter 178 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to empower select senior justices of the peace to issue interim protection orders under the Act in urgent and exceptional circumstances, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Justices of the Peace Act, Chapter 1901 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, and the bill for an act to amend the Domestic Violence Act, Chapter 178 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020. Committee of the Whole House on Bills.
Honorable members, the House will now resolve into a committee of the whole House to consider the bills that were read a second time. I would like to ask the media and any persons in the gallery to leave during the portion of this sitting.
Bills for third reading.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the customs and Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Sugar Industry and Cogeneration Project Amendment Bill 2025 and passed it without amendment. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Madam Speaker, standing order for the same one, I'd like to request a division, please.
Clerk, a division has been requested. Oh, not at third. Yeah. You consulted whom? Member for Mesopotamia, I need to get clarity on whom from the office you asked, but unfortunately not. So the procedure is, just for clarity, and it's also important for education of the listening public, the debate occurs, and it's at the end of the second reading one requests for a division of vote. The third reading comes back to state what the bill, the final version of that bill is, with or without amendments. We are happy to share any previous precedents if you'd like, but that is the parliamentary procedure in the House. Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Sugar Industry and Cogeneration Project Act, Chapter 5901 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to extend exemptions from taxes and duties for the continued development of the cogeneration energy project, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Sugar Industry and Cogeneration Project Act, Chapter 5901 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Customs and Excise Amendment Number 2 Bill of 2025 and passed it without amendment. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Customs and Excise Duties Act, Chapter 48 of the Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to vary the rate of duty on soups and broths in solid or powder form, including ramen noodles and other related items in the customs tariff and trade classification, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Customs and Excise Duties Act, Chapter 48 of the Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Money Laundering and Terrorism Prevention Amendment Bill 2025 and passed it without amendment.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Money Laundering and Terrorism Prevention Act, Chapter 104 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, to satisfy the requirements of the Financial Action Task Force recommendation with respect to digital assets and digital asset service providers, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Money Laundering and Terrorism Prevention Act, Chapter 104 of the Substantive Laws of Belize.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Investment and Economic Transformation, Civil Aviation and E-Governance.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Financial Services Commission Amendment Bill and passed it without amendment. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Financial Services Commission Act, Act Number 8 of 2023, to provide for the grant of a special license for trading in digital assets and other similar activities and operations, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Financial Services Commission Act, Act Number 8 of 2023.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Judges' Salaries and Pensions Bill 2025 and passed it without amendments. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to provide for the salaries, pensions, and other conditions of service of judges of the High Court of Judicature and the Court of Appeal be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to provide for the salaries, pensions, and other conditions of service of judges of the High Court of Judicature and the Court of Appeal.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Rural Transformation, Community Development, and Local Government.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Trade Licensing Amendment Number 3 Bill 2025 and passed it without amendment. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Trade Licensing Act Number 19 of 2024 to provide for the determination of annual license fees for trades in towns and villages, to make transitional provisions respecting existing trades, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Trade Licensing Act, Act Number 19 of 2024.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Human Development, Family Support, and Gender Affairs.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Justices of the Peace Amendment Bill 2025 and passed it with amendments. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Justices of the Peace Act, Chapter 11901 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to empower select senior justices of the peace to issue interim protection orders under the Domestic Violence Act, Chapter 178 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, in urgent and exceptional circumstances, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Justices of the Peace Act, Chapter 11901 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Human Development, Family Support, and Gender.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Domestic Violence Amendment Bill 2025 and passed it without amendment. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Domestic Violence Act, Chapter 178 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to empower select senior justices of the peace to issue interim protection orders under the Act in urgent and exceptional circumstances, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Domestic Violence Act, Chapter 178 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020.
Before I call on the Prime Minister on adjournment, it would be remiss of me not to be very accurate on the matter that occurred earlier regarding division of votes, especially because we do have the listening public and for the record. So the standing order cited was 47-1, which spoke to the actual division. But it is standing order 46 that refers to collection of votes. And if you allow me, it says 46-1, at the conclusion of a debate upon the question, the Speaker or Chair shall put that question for the decision of the House and shall collect the voices of the ayes and of the noes, after which no further debate may take place upon that question. Goes on to 46-2, the result shall be declared by the Speaker or Chair, stating that I think the ayes have it or I think the noes have it, as the case may be, but any member may challenge the opinion of the Chair by claiming a division. And when we go into the Committee of the Whole, that is when any amendments to the bill that was approved or where the ayes had it on the yes of the bill, it's in the Committee of the Whole where discussion for any amendments based on the debate is had, and what is done at this time of House meetings is the official record that the bill has passed with or without amendments, hence read for a third time. And with that, I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, as I move the adjournment of the House, please allow me to wish all my colleagues, both sides of the House, we're all colleagues here, and to all Belizeans, blessed and happy Christmas. I know it's a time when a lot of us are moving around and sometimes we get too merry, but I ask everyone for us to be able to take some time out to be thankful for the blessings that we have, the blessings for life and health and happiness. And so I ask everybody, let's please celebrate the birth of our Savior, Jesus Christ, but at the same time, also please, 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 I beg you all, let's be safe, especially if you're drinking and you are on the road. No driving if you're drinking. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Mesopotamia.
Madam Speaker, I would like to speak on adjournment on a matter of national importance. And I'd also like to refer to my notes, please.
Sure. Just let me know what the matter of national importance is, or public importance.
It's the high cost of living and inflation, ma'am.
I'd like to remind members that it is one minister that can respond, and therefore we're asking, as has been established in the past, and as per the standing order, one matter of public importance, so that we can be so guided.
It's going to be one matter, inflation and the rising cost of living. Lord, man, if I could talk Creole, you could understand. If I talk English, you could understand. Madam Speaker, I rise today to talk about something that every family in this country is feeling. It's a pressure building in the homes of all the people that we represent, especially in my constituency of Mesop. The hard truth is that things are getting more and more expensive. I'm talking about inflation and the high cost of living. Madam Speaker, when this government was in opposition, they promised they could fix the high cost of living. Their slogan was, "Everybody for win." The now Prime Minister was on the streets opposing high fuel prices. He understood the problem then, but now that he is in power, the promises have been forgotten. The problems are still here, Madam Speaker. In fact, they are worse. And I'll give you some example with the government's numbers from the SIB. Let's start with the bills that every family have to pay. BWS has raised its rates 13.5%. They say they need the money, but their chairman say that they could operate without the increase. So where is the money going? Their debt has almost doubled from 58 million in 2020 to 107 million 2025. And while they're asking us to pay more, their spending in travels have increased by 72%. Their donations have went up by 800%. Yes, and I could document that, Madam Speaker. I have the right here in my phone if we need documentation to fact check me. They hired more managers and more staff, costing millions more. That doesn't sound like a company that is short on cash. It sounds like a company that is short on discipline. And now we hear BEL wants to raise rates by almost 14% starting January 1st. Happy New Year, guys. That's our New Year's gift. Another bill is going up. On top of that, we have the secret deal for BTL to buy out the Smart Business Company, Centaur Cable, and Central TV and Internet, which is also owned by the brother of the chairman of BTL. Madam Speaker, this buyout does not make financial, economic, or common sense for the people of this country. But the other side really don't care. They don't care because few people will benefit from this deal while the others suffer. And this buyout will eliminate the competition. We all know what that means when you have no competition. The Prime Minister just said earlier, with competition, prices go down. Madam Speaker, the government says inflation is low, only 0.9%. But that number doesn't mean anything to a mother in mess up trying to buy groceries. Let's talk about the real numbers. The government-owned SIB tells us the true story in just this year. The price of beef, 8.3, up. Fish, 8.8. Water, 7.7. Soft drinks, 6.4. Fruits and juices, 11.6. Watermelon, 14%, just to name a few, Madam Speaker. These are not luxury items. These are the food that people eat. And the prices are getting out of control. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister knew this is wrong. He knew it was wrong when he was in the opposition. In 2017, when the now Prime Minister was opposing high fuel prices, he said about the former Prime Minister, and I quote, quote unquote, "This is unsustainable. This is unacceptable because the burden he's putting on the people is just way too much. We are at a breaking point and he needs to act, and he needs to act soon as possible." End of quote. Prime Minister Briceño was right then, Madam Speaker. So why is he wrong now? The burden is heavier. The breaking point is closer, and the man who demands action then gives us only excuses now. I'm not just here to criticize, Madam Speaker. I always try to be more balanced. I'm here to offer solutions, common sense solutions that could actually help the people. One, expand local support for local production, increase investment in local agriculture through small farmer grants, affordable financing to all, not only a select few, and access to modern equipment, if strengthening domestic production to reduce resilience on import, stabilizing supply, and help lower prices across the board, especially for vegetables, poultry, and grains. Implement fuel stabilization mechanism, introduce a cap on flexible levy system on fuel that adjusts to global oil prices. Because stabilizing the fuel costs and transportation, expenses across the country will lower, which lower food prices, community costing, and utility expense, providing immediate relief to households across the board. Create real jobs. Let's invest in local training and small business and support, especially for the young people in Mesopotamia and other marginalized areas. Let's give them the tools they need to build a future for themselves. Madam Speaker, as I close, let me end with this reality that every Belizean is living with. Inflation is climbing. The cost of living is squeezing families. The price people are feeling the pressure every single day at the supermarkets, at the pump, in all our utilities, and some that are coming after the new year, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the government will have the last word at this debate, but the people of Belize will have their last word on the country's future. The government can argue with me, but they cannot argue with the numbers from SIB. They cannot argue with the reality of the Belizean people. They cannot argue with the words of their own leader, which once understood the people's pain. I say to my friends on the other side, let's not deflect. Let's not stray away from the problems. Let's fix it together. Fix it for the people of Mesopotamia. Fix it for the people of Belize. Madam Speaker, as we wrap up today's meeting, I'm done, okay guys? I would like to wish everyone a Merry Christmas, and may the Happy New Year's renew our shared commitment, service, and unity and progress. Madam Speaker, a special word of appreciation for your leadership and guidance throughout the years. Throughout the year, not the years, year. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. And to the wonderful people of Mesopotamia, thank you for your trust and support. I am proud to serve you and grateful for the confidence you continue to place in me. May you have a safe, joyful holiday seasons. Merry Christmas and all the best. All the best, guys. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year's.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister. Member for the mic. Just because it does provide an issue for the folks in the control room. Prime Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, the honourable member from Mesopotamia was all over the place, so I'll try to answer as best as I possibly can everything well. We on this side do recognize that the cost of living is still affecting Belizeans, as much as we try to do everything possible to be able to help. But I've said it many times and I'll repeat it again. Most of the inflation that we have, it is imported because we import a lot of our goods. And even the food that we produce, for instance, like fertilizer, that has gone up by more than 100%. We do not produce fertilizer. The insecticide, all of these inputs that we use to produce have gone up considerably, and we do not have control over it. We have not raised taxes on any of these issues. But to be able to assist, we have been doing a lot of stuff. From education, we provide more scholarships, providing more help to UB, minutes from health, with the National Health Insurance that has coverage. We have over 22,000 Belizeans going to the health insurance clinics, where you pay next to nothing. All of these things bring down the cost of living for people. We're trying to find where we can help. Where we can help, we do so. When we raise the minimum wage, that increased. It helped thousands of Belizeans that are working, and by doing that, it raised the salaries of other Belizeans that were earning $5. Their salaries had to go up. And we promised that we're going to raise it to $6, and we will. We're just trying to look when would be the best time possible to be able to raise that. We've been doing with the with the CDF, the Constituency Development Fund, of which both sides of the House get, that we be able to assist people with food pantry, providing groceries for people. There are so many things that we've been doing to be able to help this country, our citizens. And when it comes now to help our small businesses, we have been doing, there's no government that has the record of what we're doing for them. I would urge you to go to Beltrade, Minister, member from Mesopotamia, to sit down so that they could properly explain to you what all they're doing. We've been working a lot with MSMEs. For the first time ever, we're providing them tax exemptions. We're providing them abilities to be able to import their machinery, their equipment for duty-free, up to $1 million over 4 years. We've been providing them for them to come in and to register with GST, and we provide them that holiday so they don't have to be taxed and they would not be penalized for registering. So we've been holding in their hands, working with them. We're providing endless workshops for them. With women, the honorable member from Corozalbi will tell you we had a special program to train women to be able to fix phones, and we've done that all across the country, and so we are working with them. Many farmers, for instance, I could tell you about the sugar industry. When they're bringing in a truck, and now they're bringing in harvesters and they're bringing in tractors, they write to us asking for duty exemptions. We give it to them. Small farmers that are wanting to produce, if they're bringing in, if they want to do an irrigation system, we help them. So we have been working hand in hand with the private sector, and especially with small businesses, to be able to provide them, to help them so that they could get on their feet, and then to be able to produce more and more for this country. We are not blind, and we're not tone deaf to what's happening on the streets. We walk, I could tell you, all of us, we walk in our constituencies. I walk all over the country, and I meet with people, and we're telling them we're doing everything possible, and people understand that a lot of these things, where the prices go up, we do not have a control of. Inflation has gone down to 1.9%, but before you get excited, it is 1.9% based on last year's numbers. But when you compare to 2020, when inflation raised its ugly head after the COVID, of course, it is high. So I'm not shying away from that. When it comes to the utilities, Madam Speaker, one of the things that the honourable member from ESOP did not put into his presentation with BWSL is that BWSL has an expansion program of about approximately over 135 million. Over $130 million to expand water to our people, especially to poor people who need the service. And somebody have to pay for it. All of us have to pay for it. I have said over and over with BEL, from 2020 when we got into government, BEL has not asked for a raise in rates. COVID, inflation, the heat waves that hit us in 2024. At one time, Mexico was selling us a kilowatt of electricity at $1 US. And when they were cutting off the service to us, BEL had to talk to the big consumers, especially like in San Pedro, the tourist area, who had their own generators. We asked them, BEL asked them, don't cut off on the grid, and then you put on your generator, and we will pay the difference because the price is way much higher than what BEL sells. Now, nobody wants to hear about the price going up, but when you look around, especially in the Caribbean, we are way cheaper than them when it comes to electricity. But the time comes, BEL has been selling its electricity cheaper than what it cost to buy. And I know, member from Mesopotamia, you're the only businessman across there. You will not sell your fried chicken for less than what you pay for the chicken, right? Because you have to make one profit. And that is exactly what is going on with BEL. We do not like the idea of raising the prices, but if we do not, then we, the taxpayers, will have to pay for that, because then they will come to us and say, well, we need the money. And so where will it come from? It will come from the taxpayers. So as much as we don't want to, we have no other option. We held them down for 5 years. But now the time has come when, unfortunately, we have to do this. BTL, we've been saying it over and over. The UDP government, when they acquired BTL, they said that they were going to pay a little over 100 million. The last number we have is at 610 million. In 2019, under the UDP, BTL only made $1 million in profit. Under our watch, under the board that we have appointed, since 2020, I think last year, it was over $20 million that they made in profits. But they know the way it is. They will never be able to try to recover that 610 million. So they have to look at different ways of how they could be able to increase the profitability of that company. Now, I've said it over and over, and I'll repeat it again. I am not involved in whatever BTL decisions they want to make. That is their, it's a private company that's owned by the government, so we have to ensure that what they do is prudent and that it will raise the profitability of BTL. So whatever decision they may make, they will have to stand public scrutiny to show that what they're doing, it is in the best interest of this country, because if they don't do that, then we, with our shareholders, will tell them, you can't do that if it does not make business sense and financial sense and profitability sense. So we have to wait to see what they're going to come up with. But I want to end with this. When our government, the Said Musa government, came up with the concept of the Public Utilities Commission, the idea behind the Public Utilities Commission is to be able to regulate utilities, because these utilities are monopolies. For instance, with BL, you can have 2 BLs going around the country, even BWSL, and to a certain extent, the telecoms. Because the telecoms, you can't put another telecom into Belize, because obviously it makes absolutely no sense. The PUC then will ensure that we regulate the prices so that BEL, BTL, and BWSL do not take advantage of the consumers. So I want to assure you that we will ensure through the PUC that we protect the Belizean consumers at all times. So thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, my brother, for myself, to bringing that up.
I recognize the member for Queen Square.
Madam Speaker, on a matter of public concern, I would like to speak on the issue of road traffic fatalities. I feel that it's a serious issue in the country, one that has now challenged us enough to say that there are more road traffic fatalities in the country than there are murders every single year. The statistics show clearly that traffic accident is hovering around 700 reported accidents for the year. The fatalities, I believe, is now over 100 fatalities per year. It's something of grave concern. I can remember when the gang violence in Belize City started up, and we paid little or no mind to it as a government, not hitting any side in particular there. I just don't want to close the door after the horse has bolted out the stable again, because it takes draconian measures like we're introducing in the gang system to try to bring back the crime rate in Belize City. And I wouldn't like to see that the traffic fatalities reaches that stage that we have to take draconian measures to bring back the road traffic fatalities down where it belongs. I know that the government has intended to improve the traffic-related accident through amending legislation that will be coming in the new year. Mainly the breathalyzers, I think, is one of the main amending legislation that's waiting to come. I think it's really a valiant effort that we're trying to implement the laws as it comes, or as it pertains to breathalyzers. As well, I believe there will be an increase in fines. But all this will come after the Christmas season. And we all know what we do as Belizeans in this country during the Christmas season. We drink, and I hope we drink responsible. I hope that if we drink, we don't drive. And I hope that in the new year, while all those amendments to legislation will come, it won't come with new taxes, because I don't think the Belizean people is ready to handle all the taxes that would come with that. So I would just ask the government to be very conscious of that. And particularly during this Christmas season, the checkpoints, I call it the Chester checkpoints, because the lines were reaching so long to the point whereby I believe only the then Commissioner of Police, Chester Williams, could have actually narrowed and slowed down the lines. We really wouldn't want, as a Belizean society, to be going through those long checkpoints just for looking for license, looking for insurance. I feel that we have to be more strategic with the checkpoints. We need to look for those who are drinking while driving, and that will definitely narrow down the amount of people we have to stop and inconvenience during this Christmas season. With that said, I ask the people of Queen Square to continue their valiant support through this time of being in opposition. I am grateful to them for being here. I would like to also thank Madam Speaker. As I see she's bold, she continues to recover well. I wish her well. I also wish everyone a Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Thank you.
Recognize the Minister for Transport.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd already packed my bags, but I had to reopen. But really, I get the essence of the presentation from the member from Queen Square. I think recognizes, as we all do, that we have a serious issue with traffic across our country. And what we have determined to do on our side is to find the best solutions that would address the problems, and not to sit by and allow these situations to fester and to become worse. So I think in essence the member from Queen Square has raised a number of issues, and I think in good faith that we want to work together to be able to find solutions. And I want to respond in that spirit. In the case of motorcycles, let's start there. Last year, in 2024, sadly we had 62 fatalities related to motorcycles. Now this year we're already at 43. And it is really sad to see, especially the large number of them are young people. You may have heard over the weekend that we had two under 16 teenagers who were involved in accidents. One of them 14 and one of them 16. And it requires that we as a government together address these grave matters, because when these young people or anybody get into these accidents, we must recognize the serious impact that it has on their families. In the worst case scenario where you have fatalities, families may lose a bread earner for the home, and so we must do something. With the motorcycle training, what we have been doing is listening across the board and getting in good suggestions. We have clearly motorcycle riders who are very responsible, and we recognize that from day one, and we reached out to them to get their inputs and their ideas. And what did we hear from them? Many of them who have been careful over their lives in terms of how they carry themselves on the highways are in fact ashamed that you have a lot of inexperienced riders on the road who give them a bad name. And you see that every day on the highways. You see it in the streets of the municipalities, where these irresponsible motorcycle riders maneuvering themselves dangerously through traffic create serious problems. I know the last time we had a house meeting here, we had one of the members from that side had an incident right here in Balmapan with a motorcycle. So it cannot be that we just let it continue. We have to find ways. So the initial suggestion of having training with a cost of $300 was not by itself the all of the idea on how we will address this matter. That was a part of it. And in listening to persons across the country, we recognize, and I'll tell you, within Cabinet, we had some vigorous discussions about this matter with very good suggestions coming out, recognizing that we don't want to be imposing a very high cost on our people, especially those who have lower income, who want to use motorcycles as a means of transportation. And so discussions have occurred in Cabinet with respect to subsidizing that cost in terms of also enforcement. Those are very important aspects. Cabinet recognizes that the Ministry of Transport is very understaffed when it comes to enforcement across the whole country. We only have 42 traffic officers. And as you know, we have partnered with the police department for training, a very, very important partnership, where now our transport officers, not just from National Transport, but from all the municipalities, have been engaged in training. 3 weeks training at the police training school, where they come. They come and stay full-time for that 3 weeks, and they get that kind of training, where they look at the laws of the country, they look at how they handle difficult situations on the road, a whole host of things that strengthen them when they're out there in difficult situations, which they face every day. And so these are the kinds of things that we're working on right now. The breathalyzers, that's something that we find in many other countries. It's not anything new. It's for us to be able to utilize them properly with enforcement so that those people who are driving under the influence would be caught without any doubt using technology. There's also, as the member from Queen Square mentioned, yes, increases in fines. I am pleased that when the matter was taken to the committee, that we had suggested an increase for that to $1,000, and in the committee it was increased to $3,000. So these are the kinds of things that that are necessary so that we can address both the side of enforcement, the side of deterrence because of the fines for things like drinking and driving. And with the checkpoints, something that the public has, we've had a very firm reaction, strong reaction from the public recently. It so happens that on that particular day, there was also construction work being done, right? Somewhere there between by the airport and the bridge. And that aggravated a situation. So good management, good leadership recognizes that, you know, we have to alleviate those things. We have, along with the police department, given instructions to our people that during busy hours that those checkpoints will be taken off. However, there is still a need for checkpoints. So it's for us to do it in a way that is sensible, in a way that will achieve the objectives that we want to achieve. For example, if there's a escape of prisoners or something of that effect, we'll have to have checkpoints. We have checkpoints from time to time, for example, because buses are racing on the road, and some of them are on the road that don't even have a permit to be on the road, or some of them are on the road creating issues with public safety because they are riding onion skin tires and these kinds of things, right? So, but those things cannot become permanent and be there causing a nuisance to our public and adversely affecting the productivity of our people. So I want to assure the member from Queen Square and everybody in here that we have been listening, we have been taking into account the suggestions and the contributions of our Belizean people. That is the nature of how we operate on this side, and that is informing us so that we can put together the best possible legislation that will serve our country. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Leader of Opposition, Member for Albert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I will be very brief. I stand to join the Prime Minister in extending happy holiday season to all Belizeans through the length and breadth of this country. We pray that you are safe, that you get to spend quality time with your loved ones. My heart goes out to every family who has lost a loved one this year, and even before. I've had that experience, and I can tell you the holidays are pretty tough. And so enjoy your loved ones when you have them, make the most of them. Be careful on the roads so that you can get home safely to the people that you love. I want to thank especially and wish especially the people of Albert who continue to love me and support me and serve as my greatest champions at this holiday season. I want to know that sometimes I forget to say how much they mean to me, but I wouldn't be standing here had I not have the support of the great people of Albert. And I also want to have a special shout out to our UDP supporters. We are rebuilding our great United Democratic Party in an effort to continue to defend our democracy and to hold ourselves and our government to account. So, Merry Christmas to my colleagues, to you, Madam Speaker, to the staff here at the National Assembly who continue to do a Herculean job. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, the next time we meet should be January 30th. January 30th should be the joint sitting. You will get an official notice as per the Standing Order 12. And the first regular sitting should be Friday, February the 6th. During the festive season, I'd like to join my voice with all of yours in wishing you and your families a safe and happy Christmas, and to the staff of the National Assembly, to them and their families, all the best and Happy New Year. Honorable members, the question is that the House do now adjourn. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. Thank you.